Chapter 3020. Lu Yanin frowned. She was ready to save Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a monster. She wanted to befriend him and make him a powerful friend in the future. Perhaps he would be able to help her once in the future. Before Lu Yanin could make a move, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Moon Soul? All right, I want to see it too. As he spoke, the golden runes in his left eye shone and turned into a full moon. Whoosh! A ray of light flew out. It's useless. You can't break the power of my moon soul. Yuan Kuei sneered, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. He even became terrified, because he realized that the golden light from Lin Xian's eye also contained the power of the moon essence. Moon soul, how can you have it? That's impossible. He was going crazy. Lin Xian had just arrived. How many days has it been? He condensed the moon soul in such a short time? How is that possible? One had to know that Hamo had also condensed it for a month, so he couldn't figure it out. With a bang, the fist shattered. Not only that, half of his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He flew out and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Yuan Kuei's face was full of horror. Lu Yanin was stunned. Initially, he had wanted to make a move to save Lin Xian, but she didn't expect that to be the result. Not only her, but everyone around was stunned. The power of the moon soul. He actually used the power of the moon soul. How is that possible? Could it be that he condensed the moon soul in the 2 hours just now? These people are crazy. Previously, they saw Lin Xian standing in front of the moon soul stone for 2 hours, and then he left. They didn't think that he could condense it. They thought that he was still injured. But now he used the power of the moon soul, which made them realize that he had condensed the moon soul. He condensed it in 2 hours. What the fuck? This was simply a legend. Thump! Many people fainted. It was too shocking. Lu Yanin was also stunned. Her body was trembling. 2 hours? Is he human? Monster was no longer enough to describe him. Everyone in the hall was frightened by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect Moon Soul's power to be so strong. It seemed that this was really an unexpected surprise. In the next moment, his eyes returned to normal, and he said indifferently, "What? Do you want to continue?" Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He had originally wanted to use the power of the moon spirit to suppress the other party. However, he didn't expect that the other party would know how to do it too. This really scared him. Without saying a word, he hurriedly fled. His speed was so fast that it was unexpected. Lin Xian shook his head and looked at Lu Yanin and the people around her. He frowned. Hey, what's with that expression? Didn't he just defeat Yuan Kuei? Was it really that surprising? To be honest, he did not think that Yuan Kuei was a match for him. Even if he did not use the power of the moon spirit, he could still defeat Yuan Kuei. But now, these people were looking at him, trembling in fear. What was the meaning of this? Did he look down on him so much? However, he was wrong. The other party was not surprised by his strength, but by his moon soul. Lu Yanin swallowed her saliva and then braced herself. Did you really condense the moon soul? Lin Xian nodded. 2 hours. Yes, was it very difficult? Lin Xian was not particularly satisfied. In his opinion, 2 hours was too long. However, after hearing this, the surrounding elites immediately knelt on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. The corners of Lu Yanin's mouth twitched. Brother, don't be so harsh. Lin Xian was even more confused, but he soon understood. Lu Yanin was almost crying as she said, "Did you know that Hamo, the second-ranked elite of the Full Moon Peak, took an entire month to condense the moon soul? It took me 3 months to condense it. You condensed it in 2 hours. Are you still human?" Lin Xian was speechless. He was stunned. To be honest, he really did not expect that he would create another legend. In his opinion, it was not very difficult to condense the moon soul. 1 hour was a little long, but others should be able to do it in a few hours. He did not know that Hamo took a month to condense it. Oh my God, The difference is indeed a little big. Lin Xian smiled embarrassedly. Did I hurt you? Lu Yanin was speechless. The elites were speechless. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. He heard the great elder's voice transmission. He ignored these people and walked out of the Moon Palace. Great Elder, are you looking for me? When he came in front of the Great Elder again, he realized that the Taoist priest was still there. However, the Taoist priest's aura seemed to have changed. Lin Xian, you really surprised me. You only took 2 hours to condense the Moon Soul. The Great Elder was excited. Even the Taoist priest beside him was excited. Lin Xian also had an innocent look on his face. I didn't do it on purpose. How could I have thought that 2 hours would cause such a commotion? The Great Elder's mouth twitched. Do you know that Yi Guqing took an entire day to condense the Moon Soul? What kind of commotion was that? You actually took 2 hours. Elder Zhang didn't want to say anything. Lin Xian was also surprised. Yi Guqing took an entire day. This time he was really shocked. To be honest, he didn't care about the black demons at all. However, Yi Guqing was different. He didn't expect that the time he took to condense the Moon Soul was much shorter than Yi Guqing. However, he also knew that it should be because of the heavenly secret divine eyes. Bring him to that place. The Taoist priest beside him said in a deep voice. The Great Elder was stunned. Isn't it a little too early? The Taoist priest shook his head. A peerless genius can't be judged by common sense. Now he's completely qualified to enter that place. All right, I understand. Elder Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian again. Come with me. As he spoke, the laws on his body enveloped Lin Xian. Great Elder, where are we going? Lin Xian was very surprised. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the clouds. Gradually, they flew higher and higher. Lin Xian could no longer see below. His soul couldn't feel it either. He could only see the scenery below clearly by activating the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the next moment, his eyes widened. He realized that the Moon Palace below was gradually becoming smaller. Soon, a shadow appeared. Is this the moon? Lin Xian was stunned. I actually came to the outer realm, and that mysterious Moon Palace is actually built on the moon. That's right, this is indeed the moon. It's just a small moon. In the sky, there are many stars that are similar to the moon. This is one of the smaller ones. It has been transformed by our House of Wonders into a secret realm. The Great Elder's voice floated over. Lin Xian was excited. It was his first time coming to the outer realm, because if one didn't become a sage, it was impossible to come to the outer realm. The reason why he could come was because he was surrounded by countless law runes. Chapter 30:21. Except for the huge moon below, the other twinkling stars were very weak. The entire universe was dark. He saw a star in the distance. It was so huge that it was unimaginable. The light and aura emitted from it were too powerful, far surpassing the moon below. That was the true spirit world, which was also the origin star. It was impossible to see its original appearance from the sky. You couldn't see it clearly, not even a sage. The Great Elder said, Let's go, I'll take you to another place. Countless Tao runes intertwined under his feet, forming a spirit boat, carrying the two of them and flying into the distance. In the dark universe, a ray of light streaked across. After flying for a long time, the Great Elder stopped. Lin Xian looked around curiously. This place was very unfamiliar. There were many stars around, and the power they emitted was too terrifying. Do you see the 4 stars in the distance? The Great Elder pointed to the distance and said, Seeing this, Lin Xian nodded his head and golden light circled his eyes. It was called the 4 soul stars. On the 4 stars, there were places for cultivation. A star was equivalent to a world. Using a world as a cultivation ground This extraordinary scholar manner was really generous. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. Sure enough, the extraordinary scholar manner was far beyond those sacred grounds. The first star was called the red refining star, a world of fire. The second blue star was called the ice refining star, a world of ice. The third was the gold refining star. The fourth was called the earth refining star. These 4 worlds represented different directions of cultivation. Which one would you like to enter? The great elder continued. Yi Fei, Xueling, Heimo, you have already met them. Among them, Xueling went to the ice refining star, Yi Fei went to the gold refining star, and Heimo went to the fire refining star. There was no difference between these 4 stars. It was just a matter of which one was suitable for you. Lin Xian thought for a while and didn't choose immediately. Instead, he asked, I want to know which star did Senior Yi Guqing choose? The great elder took a deep look at Lin Xian, then shook his head. He didn't choose any of these 4 stars. He didn't choose any of them. Lin Xian was stunned. The great elder pointed at the void in the middle of the 4 stars. He chose that one. Lin Xian was taken aback at first. Then he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked into the void. The next moment he was extremely shocked. There he discovered another star. However, it was very dim. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. Lin Xian even suspected that if he hadn't used his heavenly fate god eye, he wouldn't have noticed that there was a star there. Not only was this star well hidden, but more importantly, Lin Xian discovered that it was actually cracked. More than half of the entire planet had been split open. Only 1/3 of it was still intact. In that world, there should be an incomparably terrifying canyon. As if seeing the confusion in Lin Xian's eyes, the first elder explained that the canyon had been split open by someone's sword. What? It was split open by someone? Was there someone who could split open a world of stars with a single sword strike? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He was also a swordsman, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to do that. An image appeared in his mind. A peerless figure, like a sword god, waved his hand and opened up a world of stars with a single sword strike. How spectacular was that? He clenched his fists and even trembled with excitement. He really hoped that one day he would also be able to reach such strength. In the blink of an eye, the world had been reduced to ashes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian took a deep breath. All right, then I'll go to the star that was split open. That star was called the Dark Star. It was a wasted star and could basically be considered abandoned. The dangers in that place were much more dangerous than those in the other 4 planets. Therefore, he had to be careful. The great elder waved his hand and threw a token to Lin Xian. Take it. When you return, you can activate the array formation above the ruins and directly teleport back to the full moon peak. Don't work too hard. As for the rest, you can explore it yourself. After the great elder finished speaking, he waved his embroidered robe. Lin Xian was wrapped in countless runes and laws as he rushed forward. He turned into a torrent and landed below the ruins with a bang. When he entered the world of ruins, the law of runes on his body disappeared. Around him, endless astral winds blew. It was extremely terrifying. These astral winds could easily tear through the void. When they hit Lin Xian's body, they made earth-shaking sounds. Lin Xian immediately activated the 9-yang divine body to resist the terrifying astral winds. At the same time, he adjusted his body and flew in the air. He probed with his soul and sensed his surroundings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. The spiritual energy here was very chaotic. Indeed, although he had not comprehended the laws, he could still sense the power of various attributes. It was too chaotic. It was not a suitable place for cultivation at all. However, since Yi Gucheng had come, it meant that there was value in this place. Lin Xian decided to investigate. His body swayed, and countless sword lights surged out from his body, destroying the surrounding astral winds. His entire body turned into a meteor and rushed down. Whoosh! After landing, he looked around. The ground beneath his feet was grayish-brown. The surroundings were also gray. The mountains were gray, and the leaves were gray. The plants were also gray. It was as if the entire world had lost its vitality and luster. The surrounding space was filled with an oppressive and indescribable power. He did not doubt that if a weak person stayed here for a period of time, they would probably go crazy and collapse. Fortunately, his soul was strong and his willpower was firm, so the oppressive force around him did not affect him. Lin Xian looked around, but he did not find the great crack. It seemed that he was not at the place where the crack in the canyon bone was. However, he really wanted to see what the sword looked like. After flying for about 7 or 8 days, Lin Xian stopped. He saw a huge crack in front of him. He could not see the end of it. Moreover, it was bottomless. This should be the crack that was split open. Lin Xian walked forward and came to the cliff of the canyon. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. The energy around the canyon was even more chaotic. Moreover, as a swordsman, Lin Xian could acutely sense that there was still a trace of sword intent left in the canyon. Carefully sensing it, he could feel his heart palpitating. How frightening! Just what kind of person was able to do this? One sword split the stars. In the following days, Lin Xian did not leave the canyon. He stayed in the canyon to comprehend the sword intent. Although the remnant sword intent was already very weak. However, Lin Xian still carefully sensed it. Moreover, he found that the deeper he went into the canyon, the more terrifying the sword intent was. There were even some places that Lin Xian did not dare to casually step into. Buzz! Suddenly, an unusually fierce energy wave came from under Lin Xian's feet, piercing the ground. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he instantly dodged. Puff! Chapter 30:22. Someone's here? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to be hiding under someone's feet. In the next moment, when he looked over, he was stunned, because the person in front of him was different from what he had imagined. It couldn't even be called a human. The other party was translucent, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Although it had 4 limbs, its head was too ferocious. On its back, there were even a few sword chi that pierced the clouds as if it was going to tear the sky apart. What the hell is this? Lin Xian was stunned. He Tu's voice sounded in his ears. It was a sword soul beast. The black earth was usually painted as an earring and hung in Lin Xian's ear. Usually it could be used as a spirit boat, and when there was nothing to do, it could be used as a storage space. Hearing He Tu's words, Lin Xian was stunned. Sword soul beast? It was formed from powerful sword chi, combined with sword intent, after various mutations. It was a mutated existence, similar to a life form. Was it similar to the Moon Shadow Man in the Moon Palace? Lin Xian asked. Well, it could be understood that way, but the Moon Shadow Man should be created. And these sword soul beasts should be born naturally. This canyon was split open by a peerless expert, and there was an extremely strong sword intent left behind. After countless years of changes, coupled with the energy of this waste planet, the sword soul beast was born. Kid, be careful. This sword soul beast was not weak. Moreover, it contained a kind of self-strengthening sword chi that could not be underestimated. So that's how it was. Lin Xian understood. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the translucent monster in front of him, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Very good, sword soul beast. Let me feel just how strong your sword soul is. Roar. In front, the sword soul beast let out a roar, shattering the void. It rushed over like a sword towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He stood there quietly. When the sword soul beast approached, he clenched his fist and punched out. Buzz! The sword soul beast emitted a biting cold sword light, forming a sword curtain that enveloped Lin Xian. This power was indeed shocking. Even the invincible kings would feel their scalps go numb. Soon, Lin Xian was engulfed by the endless sword light, but in the next moment, the sword light was torn apart. A golden light shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist, shattering the sword screen and rushing out. Not only that, but the punch also landed on the sword soul beast, producing a loud clang. Wang, the sword spirit beast, was sent flying and let out a miserable roar. Half of its body had been smashed into nothingness. There was no blood, but the sword spirit beast was injured. His shattered sword energy slowly healed and reformed. It was obvious that he was furious. With a roar, he soared into the sky. His body emitted a biting cold sword chi as he quickly charged over. It was unbearable for the sword soul beast to be injured. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stepped forward. As the 9 suns' divine fist moved, the void cracked open. The sword spirit beast was shrouded in endless golden light. Its miserable cries resounded through the 9 heavens. The sword spirit beast was strong, but unfortunately Lin Xian was stronger. The 9 suns' divine fist directly blew up the sword spirit beast with 3 punches. After being blown up, the sword spirit beast turned into a wisp of sword chi that drifted between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. He waved his hand and caught the sword chi in his hand. What a biting cold sword chi! He wondered what would happen if the dragon's sword spirit swallowed it. He summoned the dragon's sword spirit and swallowed the wisp of sword chi. In the next moment, the dragon's sword spirit let out a loud dragon roar as if it was very excited. This scene made Lin Xian's eyes light up. It seemed that the sword chi could provide the dragon's sword spirit with power. That couldn't be better. Thinking of this, Lin Xian began to hunt the sword spirit beasts. In the next few days, Lin Xian wandered around the Grand Canyon. As long as he found a sword spirit beast, he would not let it go. Gradually, he went deeper and deeper. And this time, 10 sword spirit beasts appeared at the same time. The 10 sword spirit beasts were of different sizes, but each of them exuded a biting cold sword intent. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Lin Xian tightly and let out an uneasy roar. In an instant, the 10 sword spirit beasts attacked. They instantly appeared in all directions around Lin Xian. The sword chi on their bodies turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Clang! The fire Qilin sword was unsheathed and Lin Xian held it in his hand. The long sword swept across all directions. 9 suns opened the sky. Under the sword, all the sword spirit beasts were cut in half. At the same time, a dragon head appeared on Lin Xian's body and swallowed all the sword chi formed by the sword spirit beasts. 99 sword chi. Lin Xian exhaled. He could sense that the dragon sword spirit had recovered a little. This made him very happy. Not only that, in the process of killing these sword spirit beasts, Lin Xian began to gradually comprehend and create some sword moves. Although these sword moves were not as earth-shattering as the 9-yang swordplay, they were the most suitable for him. Although they were just embryonic forms of sword moves, if others were here and heard it, they would be scared silly. How old was Lin Xian, and he had already started to create his own martial arts. This was absolutely amazing. Lin Xian's sword was getting sharper and more straightforward. Simple and direct. This move was called one red dot by him. With a stab of the sword, the 7 sword spirit beasts in front of him split open between their eyebrows and their bodies turned into nothingness. If it was a human martial artist, a red dot would appear between their eyebrows and the person and soul would be instantly destroyed. This was a fatal blow, not giving the opponent's soul a chance to escape. After killing dozens of sword spirit beasts and swallowing their sword chi, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed a powerful aura in front of him. This aura was too strong, surpassing all the previous sword spirit beasts combined. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying sword spirit beast? He did not know. He decided to go down and investigate. After walking for an incense's time, Lin Xian finally came to a halt. In the next moment, a golden light burst out from his eyes as he stared at something not far away. It was a stalk of grass 1/2 meter tall. It was gray in color and was very similar to the surrounding scenery. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that this stalk of grass was too sharp, like a divine sword that was inserted into the ground. The aura it emitted made even Lin Xian's body tremble slightly. What kind of grass is this? It's too terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt a sharp, unyielding, and indestructible will from it. An ordinary stalk of grass grew on top of the sword chi, and together with the indestructible sword intent, it finally formed such a state. This was an incredible thing for a swordsman. Hate too said. After Lin Xian heard this, he swallowed his saliva and a fiery light burst out from his eyes. Indeed, it was an incredible thing. This thing would be of great help to his sword Dao. Therefore, he had to get this thing. Buzz! Lin Xian stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. However, a biting cold sword chi in the sky slashed on the golden hand and shook his palm back. Chapter 30:23. Buzz! He turned into nothingness, and the place where he was standing was mercilessly torn apart. A translucent claw slowly disappeared. Lin Xian appeared in the air far off in the distance, frowning as he looked ahead. How terrifying! A sword soul beast appeared in front of him, but this sword soul beast was too terrifying. It was more than 10 times stronger than the sword soul beasts from before. Not only that, the aura on its body was too terrifying, and it looked like a dragon. A sword dragon with 18 rays of sword chi on its back, flickering with a cold light like scales. The sword soul beast was simply too powerful. It had already surpassed a genius like the Fire Dragon King, Situ Shaotian, and Yuan Kuei. This fellow already had 60,000 units of arcane power, right? Lin Xian sighed. He didn't expect that there would be such an existence in the canyon. If this sword soul beast was placed in the true spirit world, it could definitely sweep through the human race and arcane geniuses. Even if it was placed in the extraordinary warrior manner, ordinary monsters wouldn't be its opponent. It could be said that this was definitely a peerless beast. Below, the sword soul beast stared at Lin Xian, and a fiery red light appeared in its eyes. Had he developed emotions already? Kid, you have to be careful. Hate too reminded. Lin Xian nodded. Just nice. Those sword soul beasts from before didn't interest me. This one shouldn't disappoint me. The fire Qilin sword in his hand bloomed. Roar! The sword soul beast stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. However, it didn't act rashly. Obviously, it should have sensed that the youth in front of it was very dangerous. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He also saw the other party's intention. This sword soul beast seemed to have its eyes on the grass. However, how could he give up? In the next moment, he looked at the huge monster in front of him and sneered. Use whatever means you have. If you don't, then obediently become my sword chi and provide energy for me. Lin Xian looked at him with a fiery gaze. If the great dragon sword soul were to devour this sword soul beast, it would probably be as powerful as all the other sword soul beasts combined. How could Lin Xian not be tempted? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the sword spirit beast roared angrily. It opened its mouth and spat out a sword wave. The sword waves were so dense that they completely enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Boom! The space shattered as a destructive force tried to tear apart Lin Xian's body. He was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian's fire Qilin sword was far more powerful than the sword spirit beast from before. His body shone with dazzling light as the fire Qilin sword turned into an arc in the air. Like a fire Qilin, it rushed out. It shattered the surrounding destructive energy. At the same time, he struck out with his sword. The sword light shone as if it was splitting the world apart. He charged toward the sword soul beast. Ding ding dang dang. The two began to fight. Lin Xian was an expert in sword Dao and the Sword Soul Beast Sword Chi was even sharper. He came from the sword intent that split the stars. Although it had been tens of thousands of years, it was still extremely terrifying. So when they fought, it was equivalent to two peerless swordsmen fighting. Sword Chi versus Sword Chi. Each of them was like a real dragon that could split the world apart and break everything. The two of them fought in the sky, and the battle was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian did not use anything else. He only used his Sword Chi to fight against the Sword Soul Beast because he wanted to hone his Sword Dao. Red dot. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. This was a sword light that he had figured out by himself. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Sword Chi stabbed toward the Sword Soul Beast's glabella. Clang! The glabella of the Sword Soul Beast cracked, and its body was almost split in half. However, his strength was incomparably strong. In the end, he still managed to forcefully endure it. With a roar, it turned into a demonic beast and roared to the 9 heavens. Its body was shrouded in Sword Chi, and the cracked glabella was restored again. Almost. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. It was a pity that he was still figuring out the red dot. It was not perfect. Otherwise, this sword would have been able to kill the Sword Soul Beast. Buzz! The Sword Soul Beast roared, and the 18 sword spirits behind it flew out and turned into a divine sword that fell from the sky. With a boom, it collided with the blazing Qilin sword, causing it to tremble. The second and third sword spirits came. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time, countless Sword Chi rushed out of his body to fight against it. However, these 18 sword spirits were extremely terrifying. One of them hit Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was sent flying. Interesting. Lin Xian laughed. This sword had slightly injured him, but he did not care at all. Instead, he quickly attacked again. One sword, another sword. Lin Xian's sword technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, and there were mysterious runes when he attacked. Puff! Finally, this sword stabbed into the Sword Soul Beast's body, creating a hole. The Sword Soul Beast cried out in pain and wanted to recover. However, Lin Xian would not let go of such a good opportunity. He performed the 9 suns, sword technique, and all kinds of skills were used. A powerful force suppressed the surroundings. Finally, the Sword Soul Beast was shattered into pieces. Roar! The great dragon Sword Soul rushed out and absorbed the scattered Sword Chi. Lin Xian did not immediately take the sword-shaped grass. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and let the dragon's sword spirit refine the Sword Chi. After about an hour, Lin Xian opened his eyes and stood up again. He looked at the sword-shaped grass. Next, it was time to collect the Sword Star grass. The Sword Chi on the sword-shaped grass was very powerful. It was even more terrifying than the Sword Soul Beast from before. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be more careful. He opened his palms and formed one ancient seal after another. It formed a cage and covered the area in front of him. However, when he was 10 meters away from the sword-shaped grass, the grass reacted. Its soft leaves fluttered in the wind. Tens of thousands of Sword Chi surged out in all directions, directly piercing through the few talismans that Lin Xian had sent out. So powerful! Lin Xian was surprised. He performed the Azure Dragon Hand, and countless Sword Chi intertwined and formed a dragon head, grabbing forward. In an instant, it covered the sword-shaped grass. He used his strength and pulled out the sword-shaped grass. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Not good. A powerful Sword Chi exploded from the sword-shaped grass. A gray Sword Chi pierced through the air and pushed back the Azure Dragon Hand. It then rushed into the clouds. Lin Xian's palm was bleeding. He was shocked. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. This gray Sword Chi was like a godly red color, piercing through the air. It went straight into the clouds. Lin Xian's expression looked terrible. It seemed that he would need to do something to suppress the sword-shaped grass. Just as Lin Xian was about to attack again, the clouds in the sky suddenly started to roll. The sound of air being pierced was heard. Streams of powerful auras gushed downwards. Someone was coming. Lin Xian frowned. He wanted to speed up, but the people above seemed to have sensed it. Chapter 30:24. A piercingly cold ray of light descended from the sky, shattering the void as it slashed downwards. 3 terrifying green silhouettes shot towards Lin Xian, entangling him. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't take the attack head-on. Instead, he moved his body to the side and dodged the 2 cold attacks. He raised his head and looked up. Above him, the void shattered, and a group of powerful people descended. They stood in the void, looking down at the ground. The sword intent of a blade of grass. What a horrifying sword chi! To have such a sword intent, this was definitely something good. The people who appeared all stared at the sword-shaped grass. Congratulations, young Master Yin. Congratulations. Many of them shouted at the young man in white in front of them. The young man in white smiled and nodded. Hee, I'm so lucky. Looks like I can improve my sword Dao again. Hoodlum, go and bring me the sword-shaped grass. The young man in white said proudly. Beside him, there was a young man in a beast robe. After hearing the order, he flew downwards. When he was halfway, he was struck back by a sword. He screamed as his blood dyed the sky red. Ah! Hoodlum's crazed screams could be heard. The people above were stunned as well. The young man in white, young Master Yin's face darkened. The others roared. Damn it, who was it? Could it be that the power of the sword-shaped grass was so horrifying? No, someone did it. It was that guy. They stared at a young man in red at the side. Kid, was it you who did it? Their voices were cold. Many of them emitted a powerful aura. So unfamiliar. Who is he? I don't know. Just cripple him. Since he dared to attack us, we will make him wish he was dead. These people's voices were cold and murderous. The young man in red was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know these people. From the pictures on their clothes, he couldn't tell which sect they were from. Were they from another mountain in the house of prodigy? He didn't know either. However, they dared to rob him, and he couldn't accept it. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, that sword strike just now was a warning to you. This thing is mine. Leave now. Don't force me to attack. Hearing this, the people above were stunned. What? It's yours? These people laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Whatever we want, it's ours. How dare you steal it from us? Obediently cripple your own hands, kneel on the ground, and await death. Kid, it seems like you don't know your place. Which sect are you from? What an arrogant tone. Where are you guys from? Lin Xian countered with a question. These people were very arrogant. This was already a blatant robbery. Listen carefully. We are from the Heavenly Clouds Mansion. This is our young Master Yin. If you know what's good for you, kneel here obediently, or you are. Heavenly Clouds Mansion? Never. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. Like I said, I found this thing first. Furthermore, I was the one who killed his guardian beast. This is my trophy, and no one is allowed to touch it. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost or die. Lin Xian's body emitted a cold killing intent. This answer stunned the people in the sky. You don't know them? You don't know House of Prodigy? How is that possible? Since they could come here, it meant that they weren't trash. They must have some talent and strength. Then why haven't they heard of them? The next moment, the eyes of the white-clothed young man in the center burst out with a cold light. You are not from the Hero Star. What Hero Star? Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that these people were from other worlds? He didn't know before. Now, after entering the House of Prodigy, he knew that there were thousands of worlds in the universe. Their true spirit world was just one of them. In addition, there were many other worlds. It seemed that these people in front of him were not from their true spirit world. Lin Xian's answer once again stunned the people above. The white-clothed young man's face sank. He is not from our hero star. He should be from other worlds. Kill him. As his voice fell, two figures in the sky cut through the void and rushed over. These two people were wearing battle armor that shone with a metallic luster and bloomed with mysterious runes. Two battle swords appeared in their hands, making a sonorous sound. The battle sword waved, and a terrifying sword chi enveloped Lin Xian. The other person's sword chi cut off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Obviously, these two were Heaven's pride experts. Their first move was to kill. Moreover, they were very experienced and didn't give Lin Xian any chance to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved the fire scale sword, turned into a fire qilin, and flew into the void. On the other side, he formed a seal with his palm, turning it into a golden pagoda that suppressed the surroundings. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The two people were sent flying, vomiting blood. Their faces were full of shock. The people in the sky were also stunned. What? This kid is so strong. Oh, it's quite lively. At this moment, another mocking voice sounded. Then, on the other side of the sky, there was a fluctuation of energy, and a huge battleship flew over. On the battleship, there were a few figures with equally terrifying auras. Silver Fox, why are you here? Seeing the battleship and the people on it, young Master Yin also frowned. On the battleship stood a woman in a silver robe. Her hair was silver, and even her eyes were silver. Silver Fox heard this and chuckled. What a joke! These ruins don't belong to your family. Why can't I come? There is a single sword star grass below. What a powerful sword intent! Silver Fox's eyes flickered as he stared below. Damn it, I found it! Young Master Yin shouted coldly. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave quickly. Let me tell you, I brought a lot of people this time. I'm not afraid of you. Is that so? Silver Fox narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Humph. Below, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Another one? Very well, I'll tell you the same thing. This sword is mine. Both of you get out of here. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his body emitted a biting cold aura. A terrifying and monstrous force was about to erupt. In the sky, the people on the battleship were also stunned when they heard this. There's someone else? Who is this? Seeing that there was only one person, he must be from his previous life. This scene left them stunned. The people on the battleship looked at young Master Yin and the others. Young Master Yin snorted coldly. He's not from the hero planet. I wonder which planet he's from. Just kill him. Don't worry. Not from the hero planet? No wonder. Silver Fox nodded. Chapter 30:25. In their world, no one dared to speak to them like this. However, even if you're not from the Heavenly Star, you'll still die if you go against Lord Silver Fox. Now go to hell. The youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A large silver palm descended from the sky like a giant mountain. On his palm there were many mysterious runes. When Lin Xian saw this, he exclaimed in surprise. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. His figure flickered as he dodged the attack. At the same time he asked Silver Clan, You know who we are? On the warship, Silver Fox was shocked. The youth who attacked was also surprised. The other party had actually dodged his attack and recognized their identities. Who was this person? Lin Xian was even more shocked. The other party should be from the hero planet. But why would the hero planet have people from the Silver Clan? Could it be that the Silver Clan didn't only exist in the true spirit world, but they existed in the myriad worlds? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly remembered that Xiajiao seemed to have said that some of the 10,000 ancient races were natives of the true spirit world. Another group came from the outer realms. It was just that it was so long ago that not many people knew about it. Now that Lin Xian came to the outer realms and saw the Silver Clan of other planets, he finally knew. It turned out that this saying was true. The myriad worlds in the outer realms also had the 10,000 ancient races. How strong were they? Have you ever been in a deep sleep? The Silver Clan, huh? How nostalgic. Lin Xian smiled. It's been a long time since I killed someone from the Silver Clan. Why? Are you sure you want to do it today? Hearing this, the faces of the Silver Clan on the warship darkened. The other party dared to kill them? And from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have killed someone from the Silver Clan before. Kid, no matter which planet you're from, you dared to kill someone from the Silver Clan. You've committed a heinous crime. Now, no one in the world can save you. The youth who attacked before walked out. He was called Silver Gray. At this moment, a silver spear appeared in his hand. He charged over like lightning. He brandished his silver spear, thrusting it towards Lin Xian's head. The first thing he did was to kill, and he showed no mercy. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he brandished his blazing Qilin sword and slashed at the silver spear, producing a thunderous sound. A large crack appeared in space. This sword strike had sent his opponent flying. You are no match for me, Lin Xian said indifferently, not taking the other party seriously at all. Damn it. Yin Hui was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. A single strike was enough to force him back. Again, I didn't use my full strength just now. No need. Lin Xian shook his head. You can't do it. Don't let your master do it. He had his eyes on the woman, called Silver Fox. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from Silver Fox. This kid was interesting. Although I don't know which star world you are from, you have piqued my interest. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. I'll send out 3 palm strikes. If you can take 3 of my palms, I will turn around and leave. I don't want that stalk of grass anymore. If you can't, don't blame me for killing you. Speaking of this, Silver Fox's body exploded with a murderous aura that shot up into the sky. Silver runes appeared on her body one after another, spinning rapidly, making her look like an immortal. You think too highly of yourself. 3 palm strikes it is. Come on. Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. Young Master Yin, are we going to attack? On the other side, those people asked in a low voice. Young Master Yin shook his head slightly. There was no hurry. Let's take a look at Silver Fox first. Even though it was 3 palms, this kid might not even be able to block a single one of them. He might even be killed instantly. Don't forget that Silver Fox is the pride of the Silver Tribe. You should know how terrifying the Silver Tribe is. Hearing this, the Sky Prides behind him shuddered, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Kid, you are very arrogant. Many people have been arrogant in front of me, but they have all gone to hell. You are no exception. Silver Fox looked at the figure below and slowly raised her hand. Take the first palm strike. As she spoke, she pressed her hand downward. Countless silver runes jumped on her palm. It was as if the sky was pressing down. This palm strike was much more powerful than the one Silver Ash had used before. Boom! In an instant, Lin Xian was shrouded in it. With a loud boom, the place where he was completely destroyed. The void shattered and the ground sank. Countless black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, the people of the Silver Tribe on the battleship looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, I thought it was a powerful kid. I didn't expect that he couldn't even take 1 palm strike. Of course. How dare he attack our master Silver Fox? He must be tired of living. On the other side, the people of the Heavenly Cloud Mansion were also discussing. Young Master Yin snorted coldly. I knew that kid was trash. Our real opponent is Silver Fox. Is he that weak? Silver Fox shook his head as well. He lifted his gaze and no longer paid attention to it. She looked at young Master Yun in the distance. Those people were her real opponents. However, in the next moment, her beautiful face froze and her expression became stunned. A voice came from the void of the black hole below. Is this the power of the Silver Tribe's prodigy? It's just SOO. What? Hearing this, Silver Fox's eyelids twitched wildly. The people of the Silver Tribe felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the prodigies of the Silver Tribe were also stunned. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked down. From the black hole below, a figure walked out. He was as golden as a god, and his body emitted thousands of rays of light. He's not dead? These people looked at the other party with a stunned expression. Many people's pupils constricted and they screamed. He's not injured. How is that possible? If he's not dead, they can still take it, but he's not injured. What the hell? How can he not be injured? That was Silver Fox's attack. These prodigies knew how terrifying Silver Fox was. She could easily kill an invincible king with a single attack. However, the kid in front of them was not injured at all. What's going on? Damn it, his golden physique. What is this? Which world is he from? Silver Fox was also stunned. Soon she sneered. It seems that I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a physique-tempering expert. No wonder you dared to make this bet with me. I was careless with the first attack, but what about the next two? You still can't take them. Silver Fox regained her confidence again. She was the prodigy of the Silver Tribe. What could be beyond her control? Although there was a small accident earlier, she still had 2 more attacks left. Buzz! She raised her palm again. This time, countless runes intertwined and turned into a huge fox. It accompanied the palm and attacked. Chapter 30:26. Celestial Fox Palm? That's a powerful skill. I didn't expect Silver Fox to be able to use it. Looks like it's a sure kill attack. That's for sure. Silver Fox has lost face for not being able to kill Lin Xian with 1 palm. Silver Fox will definitely kill him. The Sky Prides in the distance discussed. The people of the Silver Clan sneered again. So what if he's still alive? He's just an ant. Even if he dodged the attack, he'll still die. Boom! This time, the destructive power was even more terrifying than before. Huge black holes and cracks filled the sky. Other than the stars were grass. There was basically no place that was intact. He should be dead this time, right? That's for sure. How can that kid survive after using the Celestial Fox Palm? Unless he's not human? No matter how strong that kid is, he's just an invincible king. How can he turn the world upside down? This time, everyone was confident. Not only Silver Fox's side, but young Master Yun's side was also confident. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. You've become stronger, but that's all. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, I'm really disappointed. Below, a provocative voice came from the black hole again. What? He's not dead yet. Their eyelids twitched wildly, and they almost fell from the sky. How is that possible? Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. He's not dead yet? That's the Celestial Fox Palm. Impossible, I don't believe it. That kid must have used some secret technique to dodge it, right? The people of the Silver Clan roared crazily. They didn't believe that someone could withstand their Celestial Fox Palm, not to mention that it was launched by Silver Fox herself. Silver Fox also frowned. 2 silver lightning bolts shot out from her beautiful eyes and pierced through the void. In the next moment, she saw the golden figure walk out again. The light on his body was still as bright as before. He's still not injured. These people are crazy. Which world is he from? How can he be so powerful? Could he be one of the super powerhouses from the ancient path of the stars? Thinking of that, their eyelids twitched wildly. If he's really one of those people, we're really dead this time. Impossible. Young Master Yun's side also shook his head. We all know that he's not one of those people from the ancient path of the stars. He's probably using some kind of secret technique to dodge the attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist the Celestial Fox Palm. Lin Xian to block the Celestial Fox Palm as thought to fight tea to the Silver Clan. To them thought, Lord Silver Fox, I'll kill him. A few of the silver race's prodigies gritted their teeth. To kill, to kill. In the next moment, her aura became sharp and fierce. Behind him, the shadow of a heavenly fox appeared. When its eyes opened and closed, they emitted a terrifying light. Silver hair fox, silver fox, to his silver hair fluttered in the wind. It was incomparably thick, and the void beneath his feet was bending. Can't withstand it at all. The sky prides in the distance trembled and shrunk their necks when they felt the power. It's too terrifying. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand the next attack. This kid has completely angered Silver Fox. What kind of technique will Silver Fox use this time? Needless to say, it must be the celestial fox palm. The Silver Clan had many tricks up their sleeves. It wouldn't be difficult to kill this kid. However, Silver Fox wasn't serious before. Silver Lightning Palm. This time, countless lightning bolts appeared on Silver Fox's palm. This scene caused even young Master Yun to frown, and his expression became grave. He had heard of the Silver Lightning Palm before. Moreover, it could pose a threat to him. This time, I'll definitely kill him. This kid's soul will probably dissipate. He should be proud to die under the Silver Lightning Palm. Serves him right for provoking Silver Fox. Everyone sneered. The Silver Lightning Palm slammed down from the sky. The sky cracked and the earth trembled. Nothing could stop it. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. These people widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They trembled, and many of them turned pale. Who is he? Who is he? He must be a monster on the ancient path of stars. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Which world is he from? Why is he unharmed? These people were so scared that they were about to cry. That was because they realized that under such a terrifying third palm, the other party was still unharmed. The people of the Silver Clan grabbed their hair. This time, apart from anger, there was also a strong sense of fear in their eyes. Even Silver Fox's expression was incomparably serious. She knew that she had been careless. She had underestimated the other party. The other party was either extremely powerful or had a heaven-defying treasure in his hands. Regardless of which one it was, he deserved to be treated with caution. I didn't expect that I would be wrong today. You're still an expert. Very well, after 3 moves I'll keep my promise. I won't attack you again, and I won't snatch the sword traversal grass. Silver Fox turned around and waved her hand. Let's go. In the sky, the huge battleship rumbled and was about to fly into the distance. Is she leaving? The people on young Master Yun's side also frowned. They did not expect Silver Fox to give up just like that. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Well, one less competitor. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned and almost fell from the sky. That was because the red figure below said indifferently, "Wait, did I say you could leave?" What? The people on young Master Yun's side were stunned. Silver Fox's body stiffened, and the huge battleship stopped in the air. The people of the Silver Clan turned their heads frantically, and a piercing cold light burst out from their eyes. "Kid, what are you trying to do? How dare you stop us? Don't think that you can stop us. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of us just because you took 3 of Master Silver Fox's palm strikes. The Silver Clan is the uncrowned king. You'd better think about the consequences of offending the Silver Clan." These people roared crazily. Silver Fox also turned her head and frowned. "What? How dare you stop me?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Since I took 3 of your palm strikes, why don't you take one of my punches?" After saying that, he took a step forward, and the aura on his body changed instantly. It was dazzling before, but now it was piercingly cold. It was as if a peerless god of war was quickly awakening. His black hair was almost turning golden, and the red robe on his body was also shrouded in golden light. His golden fist was like the sun, flickering with dazzling light. A terrifying and ferocious force burst out from his body. How is this possible? How can this kid release such a powerful force? The expressions of the people around them changed instantly when they sensed the terror of the punch. In the sky, the people of the Silver Clan also felt their hearts beat wildly. Chapter 30:27. Damn it! Silver Fox shouted coldly and struck out with her palm. At this moment, she did not dare to be careless. Her opponent's punch was too terrifying. Who the hell are you? She screamed crazily as she struck out with her palm. No one answered her. There was only a golden fist, carrying a golden holy light, rushing towards her. With a boom, the two collided in the sky. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if a great destruction had occurred. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Oh no, hurry up and defend! These people instantly rushed out of the king domain, and their armor shone brightly. More people retreated. After waiting for a very long time, the energy in the sky finally started to slowly dissipate. Lin Xian retracted his fist and stood with his hands behind his back. A silver light bloomed in the sky. This warship was also an ancient treasure. The prodigies of the Silver Tribe could not stand properly. Many of them directly fell to the ground. Although a few of them were standing, their faces were extremely pale. In front of them was Silver Fox. At this moment, Silver Fox's body was trembling, and her right hand hung limply. There wasn't a trace of color on her beautiful face. Who the hell are you? Her eyelashes were trembling. The palm strike just now had directly shattered her right arm. She could not use any strength at all. If she was not a prodigy of the Silver Tribe, she would have been beaten up by now. But how could his physique be so strong? Who the hell was he? How could he suppress the physique of the Silver Tribe? She was going crazy, looking at the shocked faces of the people around him and Silver Fox's ugly smile. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. You don't have the right to know who I am. Get lost. I don't want to kill you today. Although these words made the prodigies of the Silver Tribe angry, they did not dare to sit still and say anything. Silver Fox took a deep breath and tried to control her anger, but in the end she did not make a move. Good boy, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I won't let you go so easily. Let's go. Silver Fox shouted coldly. The huge warship turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the void. Silver Fox actually left just like that. Young Master Yun's men were dumbfounded. Silver Fox was such a strong woman that even they had to be careful when facing her. He didn't dare to be impudent. But now, Silver Fox was actually provoked by the other party. After punching him, he didn't do anything and just left. This was simply inconceivable to them. There was only one possibility. Silver Fox was afraid of the kid in front of him. However, this result was even more unbelievable to them. One has already left. What about you guys? To die or to leave? Lin Xian looked at him. Under Lin Xian's gaze, the sky prides in the sky trembled. Previously, they had disdained such a person. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully received 3 of Silver Fox's palms and injured him with one punch. Such strength was enough to shock and even terrify them. Young Master Yin. Many geniuses had ugly expressions on their faces as they asked the young man in white for his opinion. Young Master Yun's face darkened. A bunch of trash. I'll do it myself. Although Silver Fox had left, he would not leave. The star's word, grass below, was very tempting to him. If he could obtain it, his swordsmanship would improve once again. So what if the other party injured Silver Fox? In his opinion, Silver Fox was an idiot. She was just careless. If Silver Fox had displayed all her strength from the beginning and fought seriously, she probably wouldn't have lost. He would never make such a mistake. Kid, I admit that you've exceeded my expectations. You're very strong, but you're still no match for me. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You can be proud that you'll die under my white cloud sword." Young Master Yin walked out and drew a long sword. The long sword was incomparably white, as if it was condensed from the feathers of an angel. It emitted an ethereal aura. At this moment, young Master Yun's figure also changed. He seemed to have merged with the clouds and was ethereal. In an instant, tens of thousands of young Master Yun's figures appeared in the sky and on the ground in all directions. However, each of them was incomparably real. It was impossible to tell where the real one was. "Kid, no one has been able to leave alive after entering my white cloud sword. You're very unlucky. Now go to hell." The tens of thousands of ethereal figures spoke at the same time. Each of them seemed to be real. Hee, I didn't expect this kid to be so stupid. He entered young Master Yun's white cloud sword so easily. That's for sure. He probably didn't know how powerful young Master Yun was. No matter what, entering young Master Yun's white cloud sword formation was equivalent to having 1 foot in hell. It would be difficult for him to come out again. In the distance, those people sneered. Lin Xian frowned. Looking at the countless illusory figures around him, he snorted coldly. "White cloud sword formation. You're really courting death by competing with me in swordsmanship." Buzz. He clasped his 10 fingers together and sword waves flickered on his fingertips. Then he flicked his finger. With him as the center, the sword waves swept out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sword waves that filled the sky cut through the void and hit the illusory figures. The illusory figures quickly shattered. Sword waves? Is he a sword cultivator? The sky prides in the distance exclaimed. Isn't this kid a body cultivator? They had seen Lin Xian's powerful physique before, so they thought that Lin Xian was a body cultivator. But now Lin Xian actually released such a piercingly cold sword wave. It surprised them greatly. Who the hell was this kid? In the sky, the tens of thousands of illusory figures disappeared. At that moment, a voice descended from the sky. "Kid, you guessed wrong. Go to hell." The person who descended from the sky was young Master Yin. Although he was also shocked by how his opponent could release such a piercingly cold sword wave, it didn't matter now. He could take Lin Xian's life with this sword. "I've been guarding against you for a long time." Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. The golden hand rushed forward like a mountain. With a clang, the white cloud sword slashed at the golden hand, creating countless sparks. What? It didn't shatter? Young Master Yun's pupils constricted and he quickly retreated. He didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to be so strong. He was actually able to block his sword. This was unbelievable. Is he still human? However, he was a top-notch expert. As he retreated, he had already performed his follow-up sword techniques. Densely packed, they pierced towards Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian's physique was so strong. He could defend against it. Buzz. Xian didn't take it head-on. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and waved it, letting out a dragon's roar. Clang! The flaming sword swept out, transforming into tens of thousands of illusory figures and colliding with the white cloud sword. It's here. This kid is indeed a sword cultivator. The Sky Prides exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Yun's pupils also constricted. He felt a piercingly cold and vast power from Lin Xian's sword. The white cloud sword that hit him was buzzing and trembling. Heaven and earth became ethereal. Young Master Yun's figure became even more illusory. His sword technique appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Chapter 3028. Buzz. Golden light flickered on Lin Xian's body as mysterious runes bloomed one after another. The power of the 9 yang divine body was fully manifested. The sword qi was completely blocked by him. Not only that, the blazing Qilin sword in his hand came to life like a fire dragon, sweeping in all directions. What kind of sword technique was that? Young Master Yun's body trembled. He would have been injured if it weren't for his extraordinary strength and ethereal sword technique. Even so, when Lin Xian's sword collided with his longsword, it caused his blood to boil and he was almost injured. Not to mention attacking, he found it hard to believe that the other party was so powerful. Infinite golden cloud strike. It was another sure-kill move. The sword light tore through the golden light and pierced toward Lin Xian's heart. The void shattered. Lin Xian retreated, but the light on his body became even colder. It turned into wisps of golden sword light that shot into the sky. The blazing Qilin, sword in his hand, slashed in front of him. Boom! The two long swords intertwined in the sky. Lin Xian blocked the sure-kill move. Not only that, he used the nine-yang sword technique and sent Lin Xian's long sword flying. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? One of young Master Yun's arms was shattered. He was shocked and felt that his life was in danger. Who was Lin Xian? How could his sword technique be better than his? I said it before. Either get lost or die. Since you don't want to get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's eyes lit up like a god of war. A loud dragon roar came from his body. Red dot. He used his self-created sword technique and split Lin Xian's glabella. Ah! Lin Xian screamed miserably. Lin Xian's body was shattered, but a strange jade pendant split opened between his eyebrows and protected his soul. Young Master Yun hurriedly retreated. Run, run. Young Master Yun didn't dare to say anything else. That was his trump card. It was used to save his life. If it wasn't for that thing, he would be dead by now. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed into the sky to escape. The elites around him were dumbfounded. What was going on? Young Master Yun escaped? Oh God! Young Master Yun was defeated. This was impossible. These people were all crazy. Let's go too. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people felt their scalps go numb and left in terror. For a moment, there was no one left in the canyon. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a formation shot out, enveloping the surroundings. In the next moment, a sharp glint flashed across Zhang Xian's eyes as he stared at the stars-word grass in front of him, preparing to collect it. His eyelids twitched, and the golden runes in his eyes automatically spread out. Who was it? Get your ass out here! Lin Xian roared. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched to the left. With a boom, the void shattered and a figure landed lightly. He did not receive any injuries at all. Good lad, your soul is quite sharp. You can actually discover my existence. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and turned to look behind him. Behind him was a gray-robed old man with a hunched nose and a cold smile on his face. There was a trace of passion in his eyes. Clearly, the other party was also eyeing the sword flow grass, hiding the head and showing the tail, sneaking around. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian frowned. Previously, he did not sense the existence of this person. If the other party had not been agitated and leaked his aura, he would not have known that there was someone beside him. This old man was so sinister. Little guy, your strength is not bad. Your physique is strong, and your swordsmanship is high. I didn't expect someone like you to appear on the ancient path of stars. However, I'm a stranger to you. Which world are you from? Tell me and see if I know you. Perhaps, if I know your sect, I can spare your life. Spare my life? What arrogance! Lin Xian sneered. The gray-robed old man was not angry. I know that you can injure Silver Fox and almost kill young Master Yin. Unfortunately, against me, you will still die without a doubt. My strength is above that of those two little kids. So, tell me where you are from. Give me your physique, cultivation method, and abhijna. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. Lin Xian also frowned. He did not expect that after defeating young Master Yin and Silver Fox, another mysterious old man would come. Moreover, this old man's strength was much stronger than the previous two geniuses. However, it was impossible for him to hand over the sword Flowgrass and the 9 yang divine body. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the gray-robed old man. It seemed that he had to make a move. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand shone again. "You dare to make a move against me? Boy, I have to say that you are quite brave. However, those who have made a move against me are already wandering in hell. Are you sure you want to make a move?" The gray-robed old man sneered. He did not think that the young man in front of him was his opponent. "To be honest, I think you are quite talented. In a few thousand years, you might become a half-saint. However, you are courting death now. In that case, I can only ruthlessly kill the genius." A gray light emerged from the gray-robed old man's body, carrying an aura that could devour everything, shattering the void. The gray aura formed a gray flood dragon that circled around his body. The moment the gray flood dragon appeared, it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, causing one's body to tremble. Lin Xian's blood, qi, also quickly surged. He knew that this was a difficult opponent, so he did not dare to be careless. The blazing Qilin's sword stabbed out, turning into an eternal light. "You are courting death." The gray-robed old man waved his hand, and the gray flood dragon on his body charged out. The two collided, and the sound was deafening. Terrifying power surged like a vast ocean surging. A radius of 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped. The two were too fast, and their attacks were so terrifying that only two shadows could be seen colliding in the sky. After dozens of moves, the gray-robed old man was furious. "Get lost." The gray flood dragon on his body roared at the sky, and in an instant it transformed into hundreds of thousands of miles long, suppressing the void, wanting to completely shatter Lin Xian. This power was too strong. Invincible kings could not block it, but Lin Xian blocked it. The 9 yang divine body bloomed with light, like a golden god of war. He blocked it. The gray-robed old man's face turned ugly. What kind of body-tempering technique was this? Why had he never heard of it? "I must get this body-tempering technique." The gray-robed old man's eyes blazed. He formed a seal with his palms, and the gray flood dragon above his head bloomed with divine might and rushed down. With a bang, it crashed into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was knocked back. The blood qi in his body churned, and the 9 yang divine body almost split open. "Damn it, this old man is too strong." 9 yang divine sword. He used the 9 yang sword technique to contend with it. The biting cold sword energy blocked the gray flood dragon once again, but the old man opened his mouth and spat out a palace. The palace grew larger and larger, standing in the void, and was in ruins. Chapter 30:29. There were many mysterious runes on it. At this moment, they were emitting a dazzling light. When those runes appeared, heaven and earth trembled. The void within millions of miles started to boil. "Oh no, these are the runes of a sage." Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen these runes before, and now he saw them again. This time, the runes of a sage were much more powerful than the ones he had seen before. Obviously, it was left behind by an ancient sage. This was a very terrifying thing that had surpassed a half-sage artifact. In the sky, the runes on the broken palace flickered. There was even a hazy figure floating inside, as if it was the ruler of the heavens. "Suppress!" The gray-robed elder sneered and formed a seal with his palms. In the sky, countless sage runes fell and suppressed the 9 yang sword technique. In fact, there were even a few runes that caused cracks to appear on Lin Xian's body. However, the 9 yang divine body was so powerful that it instantly recovered. This scene shocked the gray-robed elder. Soon he sneered again. "Kid, so what if you have a powerful physical body? Watch me destroy your soul." He formed another seal with his palms. The gray flood dragon in the sky dragged the broken ancient palace and emitted an even more terrifying aura. In the ancient palace, a hazy figure appeared. The figure opened its eyes with a whoosh. Suddenly, divine light sprinkled down from the sky. This was a killing blow to the soul. As expected, Lin Xian felt a strong impact on his soul, as if it was about to be torn apart. Heavenly secret, divine eyes. A golden eye appeared and blocked the mysterious figure in the ancient palace. He blocked it. The gray-robed elder was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a terrifying soul and eye technique. In his opinion, he should first use the soul attack in the ancient palace to severely injure Lin Xian's soul. Then he would summon Lin Xian's soul and search it. That way, he would be able to obtain Lin Xian's secrets. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to block it. Soul attack? Have a taste of mine. Lin Xian snorted. A crescent moon appeared in his left eye. Buzz! As soon as the moon's soul appeared, it emitted a terrifying light that streaked across the void. The hazy figure in the mysterious ancient palace trembled and cracks appeared. Not good. The gray-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He retreated continuously and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. What was that? Moon soul. Damn it. You're from the House of Prodigies. Who are you? The gray-robed elder was stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to use Moon Soul so quickly. This should be the power of the Full Moon Peak. But who is it? The prodigies of Full Moon Peak were no match for him. Unless it was the top few. Huangfu Beitian? Or Heimo? No, you are not the Black Demon. It is said that the Black Demon has a monstrous demonic aura, as if he is the Demon King. Could it be that you're Huangfu Beitian? The gray-clothed old man gnashed his teeth in anger. Huangfu Beitian was the #1 disciple of the Full Moon Peak. He was incomparably mysterious and would only appear in very few competitions. Who could have thought that the other party would actually make his way here? You actually know about the Full Moon Peak? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Full Moon Peak to be so famous. He had only used Moon Soul, and the other party had already recognized it. But unfortunately, the other party was still wrong. He wasn't the Black Demon, nor was he Huangfu Beitian. Unfortunately, I'm not Huangfu Beitian. What? You're not Huangfu Beitian. Then who are you? This time, the gray-robed elder was even more shocked. When did such a terrifying prodigy come to the Full Moon Peak? Why didn't he know? Since you're not Huangfu Beitian, then don't blame me for killing you mercilessly. The gray-robed elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. Kill me? You don't have that ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his golden eyes became even brighter. At the same time, a dragon's roar came from his body, and dragon-shaped sword chi appeared, enveloping all directions. Buzz! Activating the God's Eye of Weather, Moon Soul, and the Soul Ignition secret technique quickly rushed forward. Not good. Sensing the terrifying soul attack, the gray-robed elder's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used the broken ancient palace to block in front of him. At the same time, he ordered the gray flood dragon beside him to attack. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and flames burst out from his body. Like a god, he rushed out with the killing sword in his hand. The 9-yang sword technique was powerful, and the terrifying sword chi was vast and mighty. The broken ancient palace trembled and cracks appeared. Roar! The huge gray flood dragon charged over like a demon, and it was like a real, peerless beast with shocking power. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his hand to slash out a dragon-shaped sword chi to contend with it. The two collided, and a shocking shockwave burst out. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and nothing could stop it. The gray-robed elder was shocked. How could his opponent have such powerful strength? First, it was his physique, then his soul eye technique, and now his sword technique was so strong it could block his king's domain. Fortunately, he had a simple and dilapidated ancient palace. Otherwise, he would have been struck by those soul-light techniques. Damn it, who is this kid? Apart from Huangfu Beitian and the Black Demon, there was someone so powerful on the full moon peak? He thought of Xue Ling, Yi Fei, and the others. But Xue Ling was a woman, and Yi Fei specialized in flying daggers, while the other party specialized in sword techniques. Therefore, he thought about it, and the top few prodigies of the full moon peak didn't match the person in front of him at all. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound made the elder's eyelids twitch. He didn't want to know the other party's identity anymore, and his face became extremely ugly. The dilapidated ancient palace that he had summoned was split open. The sword was shattered, and a huge crack appeared, trying to tear the entire ancient palace apart. The terrifying demon-like phantom inside also slowly disappeared. Puff! The gray-robed elder suffered a backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he kept retreating. The broken ancient palace flew back into his body, and Lin Xian walked up with a killing sword again. Damned brat, you actually managed to break my ancient palace. The gray-robed elder's face was ugly. He flipped his hand, took out 2 red pills, and swallowed them. A surge of power burst out from his body, healing his injuries. At the same time, his eyes became even colder. It seems that you're a great enemy. I can't let you stay here today. As he spoke, the black dragon was also sent flying by the sword Qi and returned to his side. The gray-robed elder opened his mouth again and spat out a black chariot. There was a ferocious ghost face painted on the chariot, and it was very terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it carried a destructive aura. Fuse! With a furious roar, the black chariot and the gray dragon fused, releasing light and turning into a dragon chariot. Go to hell, brat! The dragon chariot emitted streaks of black light, each of which was thousands of miles long. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 30:30. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. The gray flood dragon was the other party's king domain, and this black war chariot should also be a great Dharma treasure. The runes on it were also the work of a saint. The combination of the two was truly terrifying. Where did this old man come from? He didn't know. However, Lin Xian was still filled with killing intent. If they wanted to compete with their trump cards, then so be it. The moon soul was once again struck out by him, but this time the black flood dragon war chariot was too powerful. Even the moon soul only blocked it for a moment and didn't completely repel it. This scene made the gray-robed elder laugh out loud. Kid, it seems that your moon soul isn't that powerful. It seems that you should be at the full moon peak not long ago. In that case, you can die now. The black war chariot charged over like a god of death, causing the entire world to boil. Bang! Lin Xian slapped out, and the golden palm exploded, sending the black war chariot flying. He had taken a fancy to this thing, so he didn't plan to break it. Buzz! He used his extreme speed, and the sword Qi on his body soared into the sky as he charged towards the gray-robed elder. The sword Qi surged and circled above Lin Xian's head, forming 10,000 dragons. After superimposing, they turned into the 10,000 dragons diagram. It pressed down from the sky. This scene was simply too realistic. The dragon's roar sounded, and the sword Qi soared into the sky. When the gray-robed elder saw this, he screamed, 10,000 dragons diagram. Damn it, this is the emperor weapon of the nest of 10,000 dragons. How could you? You're from the dragons. He was scared silly. With a boom, he was sent flying. His body was pierced by dozens of sword Qi, and bloody holes appeared one after another, making the old man look miserable. No, it's not an extreme grade weapon. He came back to his senses. If it was really an extreme grade weapon, a wisp of its aura would be enough to completely kill him. But now he was only seriously injured. Who exactly are you? You can actually evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. The gray-robed elder gritted his teeth. The person who killed you. Lin Xian didn't answer at all. The sword chi on his body surged again, and the 10,000 dragons diagram transformed into a bronze cauldron that descended from the sky. The Celestial Emperor's cauldron. The gray-robed elder was scared out of his wits once again. He was almost scared silly. Celestial Emperor Yi was an extremely terrifying great emperor who had swept through the universe. It was not just the people of the true spirit world who had heard of it. The other planets and realms all knew of his legend. They naturally recognized the Celestial Emperor cauldron. Who was that kid? Could it be that he was a descendant of the Emperor clan? It could actually evolve into an extreme weapon. He was going crazy. That was because, while he could simulate the appearance of an extreme Dao weapon, the power of the weapon was something that he could not see clearly. However, the Celestial Emperor cauldron in front of him was truly incomparably vast, suppressing all realms. That biting cold aura almost scared him out of his wits. He frantically drove the Black Dragon war chariot, wanting to rush back and rescue him. However, how could Lin Xian let him have his way? He reached out his left hand, which seemed to have turned into a golden crow, cutting off the void and blocking the flood dragon chariot. On the other side, Lin Xian frantically activated the Celestial Emperor's cauldron to suppress Yi Futian. In the end, the gray-robed elder was defeated by Lin Xian. His body was reduced to ashes, and his soul was also pierced by the sword chi. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm from the Sirius Star. If you kill me, you're dead meat. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian killed him. He had never heard of the Sirius Star. So what if he had heard of it? He even dared to kill the geniuses of the ancient royal family, let alone the Sirius Star. Lin Xian did not care at all. After killing the old man, Lin Xian stared at the black war chariot in the sky. Since the gray-robed elder was dead, the flood dragon also disappeared. However, the war chariot still stayed in midair. The aura it emitted was very terrifying. The black war chariot was even more terrifying than a half-step sage artifact. It was indeed a treasure. Lin Xian was delighted. With it, it would be much more convenient for him to fly. Moreover, it could also attack. The black earth was now more of a storage ring, and it had the same function as cultivation. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to use the black war chariot as an offensive Dharma treasure. The sole imprint of the gray-robed elder was left on the black war chariot. It was very terrifying. However, under the erosion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, Lin Xian successfully subdued the black war chariot a day later. Then, he looked at the gray-robed elder again. After the gray-robed elder died, all that was left was a storage ring. The dilapidated ancient palace in his body also shattered into pieces. This made Lin Xian feel a little regretful. He put away the old man's storage ring and turned to look at the sword traversal grass. This time, he could finally collect it. No one would be able to disturb him anymore. Lin Xian began to collect the sword traversal grass. On the other side, there was a huge uproar on Full Moon Peak. The top geniuses of the Moon Palace had returned. Yuan Kuei and Liu Yanin had also returned. The moment they returned, they brought a piece of shocking news. Lin Xian had comprehended the moon spirit, and he did so in 2 hours. When the news came out, the entire Full Moon Peak went crazy. Those monsters came out of seclusion one after another. What? Comprehending the moon spirit in 2 hours? Don't joke around. Are you idiots? Even the Hei Mo had comprehended it for a month. 2 hours? Water must have entered your brain. Whoever believed this was an idiot. These people did not believe it. However, there were also some people who believed it, because Liu Yanin was also there. Liu Yanin was a super genius, ranked 9th on Full Moon Peak. How could her words be false? However, 2 hours was too shocking. These people still could not accept it. Not only Full Moon Peak, but the people on the other 3 peaks were also discussing this matter. Have you heard? That Lin Xian comprehended the moon spirit in 2 hours. 2 hours? You believe such a joke? That's right. Hey Mo had comprehended it for a month. How could 2 hours be possible? It must be a rumor. Ignore it. These people also shook their heads. Lin Xian did not know that his comprehension of the moon's spirit in 2 hours had caused a huge uproar in the House of Extraordinary Warriors. At this moment, he stood up with a smile on his face. Although his face was pale, his eyes were extremely bright, because he had successfully subdued the sword-shaped grass. The great dragon sword spirit had swallowed the powerful sword chi on the grass, causing his strength to increase again. The grayish grass withered and turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Lin Xian was about to leave, but at the next moment he exclaimed softly. He waved his hand, and a strong storm blew away the dust around him. He found something under the grayish grass. He walked over carefully and pointed his finger like a sword. A few sword chi swept across, and the ground cracked. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He found a huge stone tablet under the grass. There were sword marks on the tablet. There were a total of 13 sword marks. This is... Lin Xian took a look, and his body trembled slightly. It was as if his entire body was pierced by the sword chi. How terrifying! Chapter 30-31. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the grass could condense such a powerful sword chi. It was growing on the stone tablet. The 13 sword scars seemed to be left behind by a set of sword techniques. Lin Xian began to comprehend and recreate the terrifying sword technique. He spent more than a month comprehending it. On the other side, the full moon peak was also bustling with noise and excitement. That was because the annual ranking was about to begin. These people were all monstrous geniuses, and the ranking was extremely important to them. Moreover, the ranking also determined whether they could comprehend the wordless mountain stele. Only the top 3 could comprehend it. Therefore, those top geniuses were all on steroids. Those who were ranked lower were also very excited. That was because there were rewards for every ranking. Wang Fingfing's rewards made these geniuses jealous. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Needless to say, the top 3 rarely changed. You know how terrifying the number 1, Huang Fubatian, is. You dare to challenge the second Heimo? As for the 3rd place, Xueling and Yi Fei might not be certain. Xueling's ice and Yi Fei's saber were indeed full of surprises. Wang Ji, who was ranked 5th, was also not to be underestimated. His sword technique was very terrifying. Discussions broke out one after another. Right? I remember a few months ago, wasn't there a newcomer who wanted to challenge Heimo? Are you talking about Lin Xian? Yes, it's him. He's the kid who stirred up the 9 heavy waves. I wonder how strong he is? That kid is just showing off. Although he's talented, how did his strength change so drastically in the past few months? I'm afraid he won't even be in the top 10. Top 10? You think too highly of him. He might not even be in the top 20. Some people sneered. This kid still dares to come? If he dares to come, our Lord Heimo can kill him with a slap. There was no need for a slap. Lord Black Demon could kill him with just a glance. If the first elder didn't stop him last time, that kid would have been seriously injured and probably wouldn't be able to come down for 8 to 10 years. Where there were people, there would be martial arts, and there were even more factions. Heimo was powerful, and Full Moon Peak was second. In addition, Full Moon Peak's first place rarely appeared. It could be said that Heimo basically crushed all the young geniuses of Full Moon Peak. This caused many people to rely on him to survive. The geniuses who were sneering were all Heimo's underlings. There's no need for Lord Heimo to make a move. A genius walked out. He had a purple horn on his head. When this young man appeared, everyone, Unicorn King. It's actually him. He was ranked 20th. There were also people who retorted. That brat could even contend against Situ, Xiaotian. You really don't have any chance of winning against him. As soon as these words came out, Situ Xiaotian was very displeased. Indeed, Fang Xingjian's previous exchange with him had stunned him. Was He? This genius was extremely frightening. The blue wings on his back were filled with mysterious runes, full of He of a full. How was that possible? The Sky Pride sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Kuei was ranked 15th. He was extremely powerful, even stronger than Blue Wing King. Impossible. Blue Wing King snorted. How could that kid defeat Yuan Kuei? Did any of you see it? As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. It was said that the battle took place in the Moon Palace, and only the people of the Moon Palace saw it. Damn it. Why didn't I go to the Moon Palace that day? I actually missed such a battle. Some people regretted it very much. Hey, Mo's people sneered. Stop bragging. It's impossible for that kid to defeat Yuan Kuei. Sure enough, when someone asked Yuan Kuei, he snorted and didn't say anything. After all, it was a very embarrassing thing. He wouldn't admit it. Yuan Kuei didn't say anything, which made this matter even more puzzling. Did you see that? Yuan Kuei didn't care at all. How could that kid defeat Yuan Kuei? He can't even get into the top 20. Just wait. When he comes, I'll definitely kill him easily. The geniuses of He Mo were very arrogant. Days passed, and another half a month passed. There were still 3 days before the ranking competition began. However, Lin Xian hadn't come yet. Could it be that this brat had forgotten? He probably didn't know at all. What? That kid must be afraid. Let's see how he dies after offending Lord He Mo. They thought that he was a big shot, but they didn't expect him to be a coward who didn't even dare to come to the competition. Just a few months ago, he swore to provoke our Lord Black Demon. Does he even have the qualifications to do so? The geniuses under He Mo sneered. He Mo also came out of seclusion. After he heard the news, he snorted disdainfully. An ant wasn't worthy of his attention at all. He only had one opponent this time, and that was Huangfu Beitian. At his position, he was already qualified to comprehend the full moon wordless stele, but he wasn't satisfied. He was very ambitious. He wanted to obtain first place in the full moon peak and then comprehend the full moon wordless stele. After defeating the North Demon and becoming first place in the extraordinary Scholar Mansion, he would enter the ancient starry sky path and kill in all directions. He Mo wasn't the only one who came out. Xueling, Yi Fei, Wang Ji, and the others all came out. It was the same for Lu Yanin. She took a deep breath as she looked at the powerful figures. She wondered how terrifying those monsters in front of her would be this time. The other monstrous geniuses were also excited. However, there were also people who sighed. It was difficult. If one wanted to participate in the ranking competition, 50,000 Archean power was a barrier. One's strength had to reach 50,000 Archean power before they were qualified to participate in the ranking competition. That was indeed the case. Only the top 49 people on the Full Moon Peak ranking list. Apart from these people, the others had to pass the test and obtain the qualifications to participate in the ranking competition. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the ranking competition. 50,000 Archean power was probably a top genius in the outside world. They could sweep through the human race. They were also extremely powerful existences among the 10,000 ancient races. However, in the extraordinary Scholar Mansion, they were only in the upper echelons. For example, Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others were definitely above 55,000 Archean power. He Mo should be even higher. There was also the first place, Huangfu Beitian, who was rumored to be above 60,000 Archean power. However, no one knew what level he had reached. Perhaps in this competition, only He Mo could make Huangfu Beitian take him seriously. Another day passed. On this day, many people had obtained the qualifications. Among them, there were some new geniuses who had also obtained the qualifications. There were geniuses from the nest of 10,000 dragons, as well as those from the divine Emperor Spirit and the Fire Spirit Cave. Chapter 3032. Apart from them, there were also some ancient royal families. On the human side, there were relatively few. However, there were also some. There was a prodigy from the Dao-I Holy Land and the Dian Holy Land. Although there were fewer people, the strength they displayed was also very strong. These people were extremely excited after receiving the challenge quota. However, when they learned that Lin Xian had stirred up a storm on the full moon peak, they fell silent. It seemed that no matter where the other party went, he was a dazzling figure that they looked up to. However, there was one thing that worried them. Because Lin Xian had yet to appear, there was still one more day, so that kid probably wouldn't appear. That was for sure. The successor of the 9 sons, the successor of the great dragon, turned out to be a coward. Humph! How can this kid be a match for our Lord Black Demon? This time, the first place will definitely be our Lord Black Demon. Of course, Lord Black Demon will definitely reach the peak and comprehend the full moon wordless steel. This kind of voice was getting stronger and stronger on the full moon peak. The Snow White Monkey and the Dark Red Dragon also returned. The 2 of them had run off somewhere. After returning to the full moon peak, they were immediately angry when they heard this. What? Someone is talking bad about us after not being here for a few days? Come, 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 I'll fight you for 300 rounds. The Dark Red Dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. It's you, the one with the purple horn on your head. Come, I'll slap you to death. And you, the one with the blue wings on your back, believe it or not, I'll barbecue you into skewers and eat you. Where did this snake come from? You're courting death. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King were furious. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The Dark Red Dragon sneered. You dare to scold me? Come, come, come. I'll spit dragon flames to death. He was also very powerful. His dragon blood was terrifying, so he wasn't afraid of the Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King at all. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, someone stopped it. Why should he get angry with a snake that was afraid of him? That's right, whatever there is, wait until the competition tomorrow. All grudges will be settled in the competition. I'm afraid that kid won't dare to. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King did not make a move. They stared at the Dark Red Dragon and said coldly, Damn snake, if you have the ability, participate in the competition. Also, tell that kid to participate too. When I see it, I'll slap him to death. With that, the 2 of them left. The Crimson Dragon God gritted its teeth in anger. Damn it, I'll definitely roast you and eat you. However, he was also wondering where little Xianzi had gone. Would he really not show up? He took out the jade disc and began to transmit his voice to Lin Xian. On the other side, a few figures also came from Linglong Peak. One of them was Xin Jingqiu. After he arrived, he spoke in a deep voice. Big brother Lin Xian would never lose. In addition to Xin Jingqiu, there was another beautiful woman. It was Qing Wu from the Misty Peak. After Qing Wu arrived, she gritted her teeth. This coward wouldn't really come out, right? I'll wait for this day. If he doesn't show up at the start of the competition tomorrow, I'll leave. If he doesn't come, he doesn't have the qualifications to compete with my brother. Everyone was looking forward to this ranking tournament. Everyone was also looking forward to Lin Xian's arrival. Dark Star, Ruins, Great Canyon. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The sword qi on his body was even more piercingly cold. It had been 2 months. He had almost restored this sword technique. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. For the past 2 months, he had been comprehending these 13 sword scars, trying to restore a set of sword technique. Now he had already restored it to its initial state. When executed, the power of the 13 swords was truly terrifying. Looking from afar, the 13 sword scars on the stone tablet looked like a blooming lotus. Therefore, this restored sword technique was called the Green Lotus Sword Technique by Lin Xian. Kid, where are you? Come quickly. These bastards are all talking about you, saying that you're a coward and don't dare to participate in the competition. In the black earth, the sound transmission array vibrated and a voice came through. After Lin Xian heard it, he slapped his head. I forgot that the ranking tournament was about to begin. Thinking of this, he put away the blazing Qilin sword and took a deep breath. Then he rose into the air and left the ruins. Before he came, the first elder gave him a token. So with this token, he found the teleportation array. Using the teleportation array, he was teleported back to the House of Outstanding Scholars. House of Outstanding Scholars, Full Moon Peak. The sun had just risen, and the entire peak was bustling with noise and excitement, because today was the day of the ranking tournament. In addition to the 49 people who were already on the ranking list, another 23 people successfully passed the assessment yesterday and obtained the opportunity to challenge. On a platform on the Full Moon Peak, there was a huge arena. It was extremely vast and made of dark night black gold, which could withstand the attack of a half-step saint. At this moment, all the geniuses on the Full Moon Peak were gathered here. In addition, some elders and even the first elder had come. The peak master did not come because he was cultivating. The first elder and other elders sat there with a smile on their faces, looking forward to the competition. He wondered to what extent the strength of this group of fellows would increase to this time. That Hei Mo is very powerful. It is said that he has recently practiced a set of terrifying divine power, which is specially used to deal with Huangfu Beitian. I wonder if he can succeed this time? Hei Mo is indeed very powerful, and he should have a special bloodline power. I wonder what kind of cultivation method he is practicing this time. However, that Huangfu Beitian is even more mysterious and rarely appears. Every time he appears, his strength will increase greatly. It is not easy to defeat him. Those elders discussed. Yes, Xueling, Yi Fei, and the others should not be underestimated, especially Yi Fei's saber, which could pose a threat to Hei Mo. Those elders were looking forward to it. Among them, an elder in a black robe said doubtfully, I wonder how that Lin Xian is doing. He can set off the 9 heavy waves, which is comparable to Yi Guqing in the past. I wonder how strong he is. If he can't get into the top 3, he won't have the chance to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. I heard that the kid hasn't come yet. Maybe he won't show up this time at all. He's too young. Even if he shows up, he won't get a good ranking. An elder shook his head. He's very talented. Give him a few decades, and he might become one of the top disciples of the Full Moon Peak. But now he's still a little short. It doesn't matter. He's still very young. He can afford to spend a few decades. Those elders nodded. The first elder didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. He was surprised. He's not here yet? I wonder what that kid encountered in the ruins. After waiting for a while, it was about time. The 2 elders next to the first elder walked into the arena. The voices that were originally discussing also stopped. Many gazes were directed in their direction, filled with excitement. Those who were qualified to challenge couldn't wait to rush into the top 3. Those who weren't qualified to challenge were also very excited. After all, it was extremely precious for them to be able to see such a top genius fight. In fact, not only the Full Moon Peak, but the other peaks also sent some geniuses. Among them, Shen Jingqiu and Qinggu were both there. The 2 elders who came to the arena were the judges. They looked around and frowned slightly. Chapter 3033. Let's wait a little longer. Huangfu Beitian is the strongest person on the Full Moon Peak. How are we going to start without him? After waiting for about 30 minutes, Huangfu Beitian arrived. A saber light flashed between heaven and earth, and the void cracked. In the next moment, everyone noticed that a figure had appeared in front of them. It was a man in white. His face was handsome, and his eyes were like divine sabers. No one dared to look at him directly. He carried a black saber on his back. It was as black as ink. Huangfu Beitian is here. Everyone took a deep breath. What a powerful aura. Just his eyes alone are enough to make me tremble. Situ Shout Yen's body trembled. The sky prides around him were the same. The Unicorn King, Blue Wing King, and the others also felt their scalps go numb. Huangfu Beitian was too powerful. He was even more powerful than their lord, Black Demon. They did not dare to resist at all. They did not even dare to make eye contact with him. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the others also took a deep breath. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Huangfu Beitian was their greatest enemy in the ranking competition. When He Mo saw Huangfu Beitian, he laughed loudly and stood up. "You're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to come. This time I must defeat you." At this point, demonic chi surged from his body and turned into demonic clouds that shrouded the sky. Buzz! The originally bright day instantly turned dark. Everyone was shivering. They felt a cold aura as if it was going to take away their lives. So powerful. Mo had become even more terrifying than before. Heavens! Does he really have the strength to defeat Huangfu Beitian? The surrounding sky prides trembled. The elders were also surprised. Huangfu Beitian looked at Mo with a calm expression. He nodded slightly. "You're no match for me." "Humph, stop pretending. I'll show you how powerful I am in the arena later." Mo sneered and retracted the demonic clouds in the sky. In the arena, the two elders looked at each other and took a deep breath. "Then let's begin." Both of them were half-step saints. With the two of them working together, they could ensure the fairness of the competition. At the same time, they could also guarantee that no sky prides would die. The two elders stood in the arena and looked in all directions. One of them took a deep breath and was about to speak. However, at this moment, a sword light lit up in the sky and flew towards them. This sword light was very fast and arrived above everyone's heads in an instant. In the next moment, it descended and transformed into a red-robed young man. "I'm not late, am I?" the red-robed young man said indifferently as soon as he landed. His words attracted countless gazes. "It's him." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark red, divine dragon grinned. "Haha, kid, you're finally here." Xin Jingqiu revealed a smile. Yuanfang and Qingguo coldly snorted. This fellow was really good at acting. He actually came last. This brat actually came. He actually dared to come? Great, I'll kill him with one slap. The Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King revealed sinister smiles. Yuan Kuei stared at him with bloodshot eyes. The elders in the distance were shocked as well. They had actually come? However, it didn't matter if he came over. This time he would let this kid gain some experience. That's right. Letting him teach these top prodigies would be very helpful to his growth. As for comprehending the full moon wordless steel, wait a few more years. The first elder narrowed his eyes. The other elders didn't think highly of Lin Xian, but he didn't think so. Lin Xian was someone who condensed the moon spirit in 2 hours. How could such a person be weak? "Come on, kid, let me see your strength." "How strong is it?" The first elder was looking forward to it. Lin Xian had fought with Situ Xiaotian before and displayed decent strength. Therefore, he didn't need to participate in the test to obtain the qualifications to challenge. Seeing that no one else came, the two elders took a deep breath and said loudly, "Now the full moon peak ranking challenge will begin." As the voice fell, the surrounding prodigies were in an uproar. Their eyes were burning with passion. It was finally about to begin. Yes, they could finally see a real battle. What kind of strength did Huangfu Beitian reach? I wonder if I can see it this time. Can He Mo become number 1? Also, who can dodge Yi Fei's blade? Hee hee. Other than that, I'm also looking forward to seeing how Lin Xian dies. That's right, he openly provoked He Mo. I wonder how He Mo will deal with him this time. There's no need. He Mo's subordinates will be able to kill him. Many people looked at Lin Xian with schadenfreude. They thought that this kid might as well not come. If he didn't come, he would at most be called coward. But if he came, his life would be in danger. Although he wouldn't be killed, With Heimo's methods, it wouldn't be a problem to make him lie in bed for decades or even centuries. Lin Xian's arrival attracted countless people's attention. The elders discussed animatedly. Most of them didn't think highly of Lin Xian. These young prodigies were all surprised. Among them, Lu Yanin breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally came. Xueling and Yi Fei's eyes were filled with curiosity. They wanted to know where Lin Xian got the confidence to challenge He Mo, snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was just an ant. He didn't have the qualifications to fight with him. He had already instructed his subordinates to teach Lin Xian a lesson during the competition. As for Huangfu Beitian, he had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed since he arrived. He seemed to be cultivating. It was as if he wasn't interested in anything around him. The competition began. The 24 newcomers began their challenge. Each person had the qualifications to challenge twice. The rules were simple, but the process was very exciting. The first one, Wan Shan. He's here. As the referee elder's voice fell, the ground trembled. Then a burly man walked over. This burly man was very tall, like a demon king. His hands were like dragons, and his entire person was like a demon god. He had the power to tear the sky and split the earth. When this person appeared, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too strong. Who was this person? His physique was so strong. He was a genius of the 4 symbols, Holy Land. He was a prodigy from the previous generation. He was very strong. Sounds of discussion could be heard as many people were sizing up Wan Shan. The strength he displayed was indeed very strong. Wan Shan stomped his foot and leaped high into the air. He landed on the arena, causing the arena to shake nonstop. The surrounding space was bent from the pressure. This guy's strength was too strong. They couldn't fight him in close combat. Indeed, using a mystique to fight him from afar to exhaust his strength was the wisest choice. The surrounding prodigies were discussing and trying to find a way to fight Wan Shan. Among them, the green-robed referee elder asked in a deep voice, "Wan Shan, who do you want to challenge?" Wan Shan's bell-like eyes looked at the 49 figures in front of him. Of course, he didn't look at the ones in front, because he knew that he wouldn't succeed. His gaze was flickering on the last few people in the 49th place. In the end, he grinned and pointed at the last person with his mountain-like palm. Chapter 3034. Wan Shan actually challenged the 49th place. Damn it, he looks like a tall and honest man, but he's actually so cunning. Yes, challenging the last place was the safest way. The newly joined Sky Prides were in a heated discussion. They all felt that Wan Shan was too cunning. Is this guy stupid? The dark red divine dragon at the side muttered softly. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He was no stranger to the 4 symbols, sacred grounds, as he had fought with the 4 symbols, saints before. Of course, Wan Shan was also a saint, but not the current saint. The path of a great emperor was terrifying, but there was no age limit. Therefore, this was the cruelest path. Although Wan Shan was already a few hundred years old, he could still enter the extraordinary scholar's residence and walk the path of a great emperor. In the end, the one who could become a great emperor might not be one of the younger generation, but a saint who had lived for a few thousand years. It wasn't as if such a thing had never happened before. Therefore, the path of a great emperor was the cruelest, because it was not a competition between the same generation, but a competition with all the living beings in the universe. Only by defeating all living beings could one reach the peak. Challenge me? The 49th place Sky Pride was taken aback at first, but then his lips curled up into a smile. You're really courting death? All right, I'll play with you. This person was wearing a blue armor and was extraordinarily handsome. His long and narrow eyes were filled with disdain. With a slight sway, he tore through the void and arrived in the arena. The rules of the competition stated that no killing was allowed. Other than that, there were no restrictions. The judge elder's cold voice resounded. The two judge elders arrived in the void and looked down. They wanted to take control of the entire arena. With the start of the competition, Wan Shan let out a furious roar. His entire body exploded once again, and a terrifying force swept across the area. The entire area was trembling. The powerful force caused the surrounding sky prides to feel their blood boil. Many of them turned pale. This Wan Shan was really terrifying. Yes, he should be cultivating the Dracophant force. That's right, in order to cultivate such a divine skill, one had to use the blood of demonic elephants and serpents every day. This Wan Shan was definitely terrifying. What a monster! The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. However, in the face of such a terrifying fist, the 49th place, Zhou Hai sneered in disdain. He stretched out a finger, and a blue rune flickered on it. He pointed his finger forward. With a bang, frost appeared on Wan Shan's fist, and it quickly froze. Not only his fist, but Wan Shan's entire body was frozen. Heaven and earth. The entire space was completely frozen into a huge ice flower. It was over. Zhou Hai retracted his finger and said indifferently, "What?" The people around him widened their eyes, especially those new prodigies. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. How was that possible? One move, just one move. Wan Shan was killed. Heavens, this is impossible. Wan Shan would definitely be able to rush out. However, after waiting for a long time, the mountains were still sealed in ice. There was no possibility of breaking out at all. Seeing this, despair filled the faces of those people. The two judges looked at each other. Then they announced that Zhou Hai had won this battle. When Zhou Hai heard this, he walked down the arena. His expression was filled with disdain. One of the judges waved his hand and melted the ice, revealing Wan Shan's body. Wan Shan fell on the arena, trembling nonstop. There was no color on his face. His eyes were filled with horror. The others felt their scalps go numb. Defeated, Wan Shan was really defeated. Wan Shan was defeated in one move. How could the gap be so huge? These people were crazy. In their opinion, even if Wan Shan was defeated, he should have at least exchanged a few hundred moves. After all, the dragon elephant force that Wan Shan had displayed was terrifying. Many people were trembling. However, such a terrifying force could not stir up any waves in front of Zhou Hai. With just one move, he had ended the battle. And this was only the 49th rank. He really didn't know how terrifying those who were ranked higher would be. The new challengers were pale. They were originally full of confidence, but they did not expect reality to be like a basin of cold water, causing them to lose all hope. The surrounding geniuses exclaimed in shock. However, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. A battle of this level could not attract his interest. At this moment, the judge's voice was heard again. Another new prodigy walked out from the crowd. This time it was a prodigy from the Dayan, sacred ground. He was a few hundred years old. He carried a huge heavy sword on his back and exuded a biting cold aura. As soon as he appeared, his expression was extremely solemn. After all, Wan Shan's battle had left him with a lingering fear. When he came to the arena, the heaven stage prodigy from the Dayan, sacred ground thought for a while and pointed at Zhou Hai, who was ranked 49th. Zhou Hai looked helpless, but he still came to the arena. "Trash, hurry up and do it," he said impatiently. "You're courting death." The prodigy from the Dayan, sacred ground was furious. He was a prodigy after all. How dare Zhou Hai scold him? He was furious. "Take my strongest move." With a clang, the huge sword on his back soared into the sky, and he held it in his hand. As he slashed out, countless rays of sword chi turned into dense light swords in the sky. These light swords flickered in the sky and combined to form the Dayan sword formation. It was suppressed with extreme power. Dayan sword formation? Zhou Hai raised his head and looked at the sky. He lifted a finger. On his fingertip, there was still a blue ancient rune that flickered. Buzz! He pressed towards the sky. Crack! 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 Endless ice power erupted and instantly froze all the light swords in the sky. The entire Dayan sword formation was frozen into ice. Not only that, but the prodigy from the Dayan's sacred ground was also frozen into ice. What? Was he finished off with a single move again? Damn it, how is this possible? The Dayan's sword formation was even more terrifying than the dragon elephant fist, but it still couldn't block Zhou Hai's move? What kind of rune was that? They were all dumbfounded. Impossible, we also know runes. How can he be so powerful? The new prodigies roared as if they had gone mad. They couldn't accept this fact. At this moment, the prodigies who were ranked at the top also sneered. What a piece of trash! Do you think that the runes you cultivate are the same as ours? At most, you can refine your king's domain, but we have already begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Although we can't condense the laws, our realms can't be compared. In front of us, all of you are just ants. Hearing this, the new prodigy's pupils constricted, and their expressions became extremely ugly. What? He has already begun to comprehend the laws of heaven. Is the gap between us that big? Their expressions were ugly. I don't believe it. Let me do it. Another figure walked out from the crowd. Chapter 3035. That's right. The person who walked out was covered in flames, and the fiery red wings on his back covered the sky. As soon as he appeared, he went to the arena and stared at Zhou Hai. I'll fight you. Zhou Hai was ice and he was fire. He did not believe that Zhou Hai could freeze him. He was going to fight him with fire. Everyone was excited. In their opinion, the prodigy from the Red Wing tribe might be able to turn the tables. The Red Wing tribe was a primordial royal family. The prodigy from the Red Wing tribe surpassed the prodigies from the two sacred grounds. This time, the Red Wing tribe prodigy would definitely be able to compete with Zhou Hai. Even if he lost, he would die after a few hundred moves. The surrounding people clenched their fists and said quickly. The dark red dragon narrowed his eyes. Kid, what do you think? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The rune that Zhou Hai used was very mysterious. It contained the powerful power of the moon soul. It would be difficult for the newcomers to resist it. He could feel the power emitted from the rune. No wonder so many people wanted to go to the Moon Palace to comprehend the moon soul. This power was very mysterious. In the next round, the Red Wing tribe prodigy spread his wings and spat out flames that covered the sky. Buzz! Zhou Hai pointed his finger, and the flames in the sky were frozen. The Red Wing tribe prodigy was also frozen in midair. Another victory in one move. Everyone was in despair. Their bodies trembled. How could this be? How could Zhou Hai be so powerful? He was only ranked 49th on the list. He was already so strong. Could it be that they could not defeat these veteran prodigies? Zhou Hai looked at the other party and said calmly, Who else wants to come up? However, I advise you to give up. None of you can defeat us, let alone reach this stage. You're a bunch of trash. You want to compete with us? Cultivate for a few more decades. Don't worry. When we step on the ancient path to the stars and go to the other stars, you'll be able to reach the top. The prodigies on the ranking laughed. They did not take Zhou Hai seriously at all. As expected, another human prodigy and a primordial race prodigy went up. However, they were still frozen by Zhou Hai's finger. This made the newcomers feel despair. More than 10 geniuses had already been defeated by a single move. Could it be that all of them were going to be defeated? These people were about to break down. At this moment, Lin Xian stood up. It was my turn. As he stood up, everyone's gaze turned to him. It was this brat. Was this brat going to make a move? I wonder how strong he is. Rumor had it that he was able to contend against Situ Xiaotian. It was definitely Situ Xiaotian's carelessness. Otherwise, this brat would have died long ago. Indeed, Situ Xiaotian hadn't used his full strength at that time. It seemed that he was giving face to the great elder and didn't use his full strength. I wonder what this kid's true strength is like. This brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to challenge Hayamo. He still wants to challenge Hayamo. I think he can't even beat Zhou Hai. The people on the leaderboard sneered. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Do you think this Lin Xian will succeed? He didn't know. The gap was too big. Although this kid was the descendant of the great dragon, he might not be able to block Zhou Hai's ice. Zhou Hai looked at him and narrowed his eyes. You're the kid who caused the 9 heavy waves? Come on, let me see what's so magical about you. You'd better use the great dragon sword soul and 9 yang divine body as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to resist my finger. In Zhou Hai's opinion, even if his opponent was the descendant of the great dragon, he could still freeze him with a finger. Lin Xian ignored Zhou Hai. His gaze went past him and looked forward. He swept his gaze across the leaderboard and finally fixed his gaze on a man in a black robe. Come on, Hayamo. A few months ago, they had already agreed on a battle. Now they could begin. What? The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Zhou Hai's body stiffened. His pupils dilated. His opponent actually ignored him? Moreover, he actually dared to challenge Hayamo. Oh my God, what did I just hear? This kid actually dares to challenge Hayamo. Damn it, does he know how to write the word death? This kid is too arrogant. He wants to challenge Hayamo. Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death? Screams and exclamations rang out. The entire scene was extremely chaotic. It couldn't be helped because Lin Xian's actions were too shocking. They were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. The newcomers were also stunned. What was this kid doing? Yes, we thought he could defeat Zhou Hai, but he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and challenged Hayamo. He might not even be able to defeat Zhou Hai. Previously, they were full of confidence. They thought that they could challenge the prodigies on the leaderboard. However, after Zhou Hai displayed his super powerful ice sealing ability, these prodigies were in despair. In fact, they weren't even sure if any of the 24 people could make it to the leaderboard. Hayamo's face darkened. His opponent actually dared to provoke him? He was courting death. If it wasn't for the first elder protecting him that day, he would have been a dead man by now. Now, he still dared to be arrogant in front of him. Seeing Hayamo's gloomy face, the prodigies under Hayamo were furious. Among them, the Unicorn King stood up. Kid, don't be arrogant. If you want to challenge Lord Hayamo, you'll have to defeat me first. I can crush you to death with one hand. The blue-winged king also stood up. The blue wings on his back bloomed with a demonic light, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone below trembled. These 2 people were both ranked in the top 20. Even Zhou Hai, who was ranked 49th, was so terrifying. How terrifying were these 2 people? They didn't dare to imagine. In the distance, the elders also frowned. What was this kid doing? They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They thought that after a few decades he would be able to become the number 1 on Full Moon Peak. But now it seemed that he was still far from it. At least 100 years. Yes, he should first hone his character. If he entered the ancient starry sky path without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he would probably be killed by the prodigies of the other worlds. The first elder narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. He was waiting. In the arena, Zhou Hai trembled. His eyes were filled with anger. Ignored? His opponent dared to ignore him. This made him feel humiliated. The next moment, his body emitted a terrifying, icy aura. Kid, you dare to ignore me. No one dares to ignore me. His cold gaze stared at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian hadn't come up yet, so he couldn't make a move. Chapter 3036. In the next moment, Zhou Hai screamed again, because he realized that Lin Xian did not even look at him from the beginning to the end. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from the black demon to the Unicorn King and Blue-Winged King. Then he shook his head slightly. Your rankings are too low. You're not my match. I'm not interested. He saw that the two of them were behind Yuan Kuei. Previously, when he was in the Moon Palace, he could already defeat Yuan Kuei, let alone now. You're courting death. The two of them roared. How dare the other party look down on them? This made the two Sky Prides vomit blood. The surrounding people were about to go crazy. How many Sky Prides had this kid provoked? It's over. I'm afraid he won't have a foothold in the Full Moon Peak in the future. This kid relied on his status as the Dragon Emperor's descendant and stirred up the 9 heavy waves, thinking that the Grand Elder would back him up. Unfortunately, the extraordinary warrior manner was not comparable to the other sacred grounds. Here, no one would really back you up. At most, your life would be saved. Even if Lin Xian did not die in the Full Moon Peak in the future, he would probably have to live a hellish life every day. That was for sure. He had offended Zhou Hai and provoked the Unicorn King and Blue-Winged King. What was more terrifying was that he dared to challenge the Black Demon. No matter which one, they were all existences that he could not defeat. Let's see how he dies this time. Many Sky Pride sneered. Big brother Lin Xian. Xin Jingqiu was also worried. On the other side, Qing Wu saw this scene and smiled contemptuously. Did this guy even have a brain? The Unicorn King and the others were still roaring. Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the referee elder. Senior, if I remember correctly, I can freely challenge anyone, right? Then, I still want to challenge the Black Demon. When these words came out, Zhou Hai, the Unicorn King, and Blue-Winged King were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, they had been shouting here for a long time, but the other party still ignored them? This feeling of being ignored drove them crazy. The other Sky Prides also twitched the corners of their mouths. Is this brat done yet? Does he really want to challenge the Black Demon? I couldn't tell that these elders wanted to protect you. Sure enough, the two judges looked at each other and shook their heads. Although his words were correct, we still advise you to take one step at a time. To be honest, Lin Xian's attitude really made them unhappy. Could he challenge Heimo? What a joke! However, Lin Xian was the descendant of the great dragon after all. He was able to set off the 9 heavy waves, so his talent was not bad. If he was properly nurtured in the future, he would definitely become a super genius. Therefore, they didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. This was a kind reminder. All right, since the referee elder had said so, Lin Xian could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed like it would be very difficult to challenge the Heimo if he didn't display some strength. Since that's the case, he stared at Lan Yiwang. Then I'll challenge you first. This was one of the higher-ranked ones. The corners of the two judges' mouths were still twitching. Heavens, what they meant was to let Lin Xian challenge Zhou Hai first, and then talk about it after he defeated Zhou Hai. But he did not expect that this brat would actually directly challenge the Blue-Winged King. The Blue-Winged King was ranked 17th. Can you challenge him? One punch from him would probably severely injure you. Lan Yiwang was rather happy, but at this moment the referee elder coughed lightly. Buzz! Lan Yiwang's body stiffened. Lin Xian also shook his head, helplessly. It seemed that the referee elder still didn't quite agree. All right then, he could only look at Zhou Hai first. Then it's you. As he spoke, he walked up to the arena. Brat, that's great. I finally got a chance. Zhou Hai's entire body trembled. This time it wasn't anger but excitement. How dare his opponent underestimate him? He swore that he would ruthlessly torture his opponent to death. Zhou Hai stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, blue runes flickered. Brat, one finger. Just one move, and I'll be able to freeze you. I'll let you know the difference between us. That's right, Zhou Hai was angry. This time, he was going to teach his opponent a lesson. One move to insta-kill his opponent. Seeing this scene, the other rookies exclaimed. Could this Lin Xian do it? They didn't know. It was very likely that he would be sent flying in one move. Indeed, Zhou Hai was very casual before, but now Zhou Hai was completely furious. He would definitely not go easy on his opponent. Boom! Before he could finish, Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Hai. Then he waved his fist. With a bang, Zhou Hai was sent flying. Whoosh! Zhou Hai turned into a blue ray of light, shot into the sky, and disappeared from everyone's view. That punch sent him flying at least tens of thousands of miles. Noisy. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and said indifferently. The surrounding monstrous prodigies opened their mouths wide. Their jaws were about to drop. Heavens! What did they just see? Zhou Hai was sent flying with one punch. No way. Even the prodigies on the ranking list were twitching their eyelids. The rookies were even more crazy. Damn, he actually sent Zhou Hai flying with one punch. How was that possible? This scene was simply like a dream. Big brother Lin Xian was so powerful. Xin Jingqiu cheered. The dark, red, divine dragon was expressionless. He knew Lin Xian's strength. It was more than enough to deal with Zhou Hai. Everyone was stunned. The one-horned monarch was stunned. The blue-winged monarch was stunned. The elders were also stunned. In the distance, Qing Wu's eyelids were twitching wildly. Isn't this guy too despicable? Old Zhang hadn't announced the start of the match yet. Indeed, the two elders were also speechless. Little guy, aren't you being too impatient? Buzz. In the sky, a blue light flashed. Zhou Hai had returned from tens of thousands of miles away. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Damn kid! How dare you sneak attack me? I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Hasn't it started yet? Sorry. Let's start again. Previously, he felt that the other party was too useless, so he didn't want to talk nonsense and attacked. He didn't expect that it didn't count. The two elders looked at each other. Now the match began. With an order, Zhou Hai charged over. This time he didn't use a finger. His palms formed a seal, and a blue ancient rune appeared beside him. It became bigger and bigger, surrounded by 4 ice mountains, and charged toward Lin Xian. There were countless ice swords in all directions. It seemed that Zhou Hai was really angry. This kid is dead meat, the one-horned monarch sneered. Previously, Zhou Hai was careless and was attacked by that kid. Now that Zhou Hai was using his full strength, that kid definitely couldn't block it. This was what everyone was thinking. Even the elders were thinking the same thing. Lin Xian looked at the ice swords in all directions and the ice mountains in the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. His figure flashed again and disappeared on the spot. The next moment he appeared in the sky. With a bang, he punched out. Zhou Hai was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away in a blue light and disappeared. What? He was sent flying again. Fuck. Chapter 3037. The young geniuses were trembling, and the elders were also shocked. How was that possible? This time, Zhou Hai was not careless. He used his full strength, but he was still sent flying with a single punch. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid's strength was so strong. He won. Lin Xian actually won. Moreover, it was an instant kill. That scene was too shocking. Previously, Zhou Hai had killed them in an instant, but now someone else had appeared and killed Zhou Hai in an instant. How could they not be shocked? Unicorn King and Blue Wing King's faces also became gloomy. Black Demon looked at that scene and snorted coldly. In his opinion, whether it was Zhou Hai or Lin Xian, they were both ants that were not worthy of his attention. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. I told you, he's too weak. Let me challenge Black Demon in the next round. After saying that, he walked down the arena and sat cross-legged at the side. Tens of thousands of miles away, Zhou Hai flew over again. His entire body was trembling. How is that possible? How can I lose? I don't believe it. He was about to go crazy. This time he was sent flying with a single punch from his opponent. However, this time his opponent did not launch a sneak attack. Instead, he was sent flying with a single punch. Therefore, even if he was not convinced, there was nothing he could do. That kid is too strong. That's right. As expected of the successor of the great dragon. He's really powerful. Why do I feel that he can really fight against Black Demon? Stop joking. Black Demon is ranked second and Zhou Hai is ranked last. Don't you know how big the gap between them is? Everyone discussed animatedly. Unicorn King and Blue Wing King revealed sinister smiles. Very good, this is interesting. It'll be interesting to fight like this. They decided that they would teach their opponent a lesson later. Lin Xian became the first person to enter the rankings. Next, everyone continued. Although Lin Xian had replaced Zhou Hai's position, no one dared to challenge Lin Xian. They all challenged the person who was ranked 48th. The person who was ranked 48th was a woman. She was a fire element prodigy and was equally terrifying. She could also kill her opponent with a single move. However, a few powerful figures walked out from among them. One was a genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was very strong and defeated the female genius who was ranked 48th. The other was a Sky Pride from the Fire Kylan Cave who had defeated a Sky Pride ranked 47th. There was also a woman from the Dao E Holy Land of the human race. She had defeated a genius ranked 45th out of the 24 people. Only 4 of them charged forward. Apart from them, all of them were defeated. Those who succeeded in their challenge would advance to the next round. Those who failed would have another chance. However, even if these people were given 10 more chances, they still wouldn't succeed. Zhou Hai and the others still wanted to kill their way back. However, it was a pity that Lin Xian and the others were too strong. These people also did not succeed in killing their way back. There were 4 more newcomers on the leaderboard. Next, it was time to rank these 49 people. Who would have thought that these people were actually so powerful? There's nothing we can do about it. We've only been here for a short period of time. I reckon that we'll be able to enter the rankings next time. They became excited again, because those who were able to enter the rankings were all outstanding geniuses. The following battles would be even more exciting and intense. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder how many people can Lin Xian and the other 3 make it to the top? I don't think they can make it to the top 30. I feel that Lin Xian and the others can make it to the top 20, but it's impossible for them to go any further. These people discussed animatedly. The old geniuses on the leaderboard also frowned. 4 of them actually made it to the top? It was really surprising. In their opinion, it would be good enough if one of the 24 could make it to the top. At most, there would be 2. They didn't expect 4 of them to come. However, so what if there were 4 of them? They wouldn't let these people make it to the top 40. These 4 people would stay in the last 4 positions. The next ranking was still a challenge. Lin Xian, who was ranked 49th, was the first to challenge. Lin Xian stood up and said loudly, "I want to challenge the Hamo." When these words came out, everyone vomited blood. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched. The Hamo's face darkened. It's not over yet, is it? No one had ever dared to challenge him again and again like this. However, the other party was really an ant. He couldn't raise his interest at all. This time, the Unicorn King and the Blue-Winged King were also angry. They stood up again. "Kid, we'll let you know the consequences of provoking the Lord Hamo." "Is that so? Well, since I have 2 chances, I'll use one to challenge you." Lin Xian wasn't angry. He stared at the Blue-Winged King and the Unicorn King. He pointed at the Blue-Winged King. Blue-Winged King, ranked 17th. "Damn kid, you actually dare to challenge the Blue-Winged King." The Unicorn King looked at the scream and was very unhappy. Was the other party ignoring him? The Blue-Winged King looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha! Finally, I have a chance." The surrounding people were going crazy. What did this kid do? He actually challenged the person ranked 17th. Does he want to die? Brother Lin, calm down. Don't be rash. The new geniuses quickly reminded him. Although many people weren't familiar with Lin Xian was from their group of newcomers after all. Naturally, they had to support Lin Xian and the others. Big brother Lin Xian, you can do it. Xin Jingqiu cheered. She didn't believe that the other party could defeat the blue-winged king. This kid was really arrogant. Well, let the blue-winged king teach him a lesson. The old geniuses sneered. The other 3 newcomers who had killed their way up the rankings had different expressions. Among them, the woman from the Dao One Holy Ground was called Ninglan. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian curiously. In addition, the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave and the Nest of 10,000 Dragons sneered. They didn't have any good impression of Lin Xian. They couldn't wait for Lin Xian to be killed by the other party with a single slap. The elders in the distance also frowned. This kid's leap is so big. Won't he be crippled by others? These elders looked at the first elder. Why don't I talk to him? The first elder shook his head slightly. No need. Let the competition continue. Still, most people didn't think highly of Lin Xian. However, there were also a few people who snorted coldly. One of them was Lu Yinan. This group of idiots. Just you wait, you'll regret it. She had seen with her own eyes how Lin Xian defeated Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei was ranked 15th and was even more powerful than the blue-winged king. Moreover, this was a few months ago. She didn't believe that Lin Xian hadn't improved at all in the past few months. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Xian had used 2 hours to condense the moon spirit. What a terrifying method. Therefore, not to mention the blue-winged king. Even she didn't dare to challenge him. Yuan Kuei's face was also gloomy. Although he was very unhappy about his previous defeat, he also knew that the kid in front of him was powerful. The blue-winged king would probably suffer if he fought against him. Kid, I will let you know the gap between us. Chapter 3038. The blue-winged monarch charged over. 2 pairs of blue wings spread out, emitting a monstrous energy fluctuation that shook the entire world. This energy arrived in an instant and spread in all directions. The blue hurricane wanted to destroy everything. Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by this terrifying energy. The surrounding people were terrified. Too strong. The young geniuses' faces were filled with despair. As expected of a veteran powerhouse, he was too powerful. This attack was far more powerful than Zhou Hai's. Most likely, no one would be able to withstand it. It's over. That Lin Xian is going to be unlucky. That's for sure. He definitely won't be able to block it. This kid is too arrogant. I would still believe him if he challenged someone in the 40th place. But now he challenged the blue-winged monarch. Let's see how he dies. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The elders also looked helpless. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Xian to defeat the blue-winged monarch. This time, not only would he waste a challenge, but he might also be seriously injured by the blue-winged monarch and lose the chance to continue in the competition. Buzz! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He struck out with the blazing Qilin sword. With a clang, a stunning sword light swayed. The clouds tumbled like boiling water. Ka-ka-ka! A terrifying sound rang out. A large crack appeared in the void. It was like a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading out in all directions. Wherever the sword light passed, everything would shatter. The 2 huge storms and the blue energy that filled the sky were also quickly shattered. This sword attack launched the blue-winged monarch's attack and charged towards his opponent. What? Everyone was stunned. The blue-winged monarch's pupils shrank. Impossible! He screamed and twisted his body, quickly dodging the sword. His face was incomparably pale. His opponent dodged. His opponent actually dodged. How was this possible? Could it be that his opponent's strength was really that strong? I don't believe it. The blue-winged monarch let out a long roar and charged over from the sky. The wings on his back kept rolling, and the surrounding space continued to shatter. Streaks of blue runes fell from the sky, completely submerging the arena below. Endless brilliance surged, and it looked as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding crowd had yet to recover from Lin Xian's stunning sword strike when they were once again stunned by the violent energy. It was over. Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. A dot of red. Between the heaven and earth, a sword light flashed as the void tore apart continuously. Lin Xian's sword did not pierce the blue-winged monarch's glabella. Instead, it pierced the other party's heart. This was because killing was not allowed in this competition. If he were to stab his opponent between the eyebrows, his opponent's soul would probably be instantly destroyed. Therefore, Lin Xian settled for the next best thing. The sword pierced through his opponent's heart. His opponent's body exploded with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Boom! Boom! Blood mist drifted, and miserable cries rang out. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They couldn't believe it. The blue-winged monarch's body had actually cracked open. He had been seriously injured. Oh God! Lin Xian had only used 2 sword strikes and had seriously injured the blue-winged monarch. Everyone was going crazy. Those who had sneered earlier were also trembling. They were so scared that they peed their pants. Those elders sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were full of shock. How was this possible? Only the first elder had a smile on his face. I knew that this little guy wouldn't be so simple. Damn it, how did he do it? The monstrous geniuses on the ranking list also had ugly expressions on their faces. The blue-winged monarch, who was ranked 17th, was extremely terrifying. And this time, he was also a hot favorite to enter the top 10. But now he had been split apart by the other party's 2 sword strikes. The impact of this was simply too shocking. This guy had been hiding his strength all along. Many people had solemn expressions. Zhou Hai and the others had ashen faces. The other party was too strong, completely surpassing them. Especially Zhou Hai. When he thought of how he dared to fight with such a person before, he was simply courting death. Fortunately, the other party did not get angry before. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by now. Thinking of this, his body trembled, and his face was full of fear. The one-horned monarch's pupils constricted, and his body began to tremble. Previously, he and the blue-winged monarch were together, taunting the other party. However, his ranking was relatively low, and he was ignored by the other party. At that time, he was extremely angry that the other party dared to ignore him. But now, he actually felt a trace of relief in his heart. Even the blue-winged monarch, who was ranked 17th, was not a match for the other party, let alone him, who was ranked 20th. If he went up, he would probably be seriously injured with 1 sword strike. This guy was indeed very strong. The last time he defeated Yuan Kuei was not by chance, but by true strength. Lu Yanen's eyes flickered. Did he have the strength to enter the top 10? That was interesting. Xueling's beautiful eyes turned. Yi Fei nodded slightly. Next to her, a short-haired young man had a cold expression, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. He asked in a deep voice, "Was this the kid who set off the 9 waves?" Yes, it was him. He was also a swordsman. He had the dragon sword soul and was the successor of the dragon sword. Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes lit up. The successor of the dragon sword. He really wanted to fight with him. Buzz, buzz, buzzes, he spoke. There was also a biting cold sword intent flickering on his body. Obviously, he was also a terrifying sword expert. These people were discussing. As for the second-ranked black demon, his face was gloomy. What a bunch of trash. They couldn't even solve such a small matter. He was too angry. He felt that his subordinates were too useless. Could it be? Did they really need him to deal with the other party? He disdained to fight with such ants. Although Lin Xian had defeated the blue-winged monarch with 2 sword strikes, Black Demon did not take him seriously. If he wanted to kill the blue-winged monarch, it would be even easier. He could do it with just a look. "Lord Black Demon, don't worry, I will personally deal with this kid later." Right at this moment, another icy cold voice resounded. This was the 12th rank genius who spoke. He was also one of Black Demon's subordinates. Yes, after Black Demon heard this, he nodded slightly. The 12th rank genius was much stronger than the blue-winged monarch. With him taking action, there should be no accidents. In the sky, the blue-winged monarch's body reassembled, and his face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with madness, shock, horror, and various emotions. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian, wanting to take revenge, but his body was trembling. In the end, he still did not dare to make a move, because he realized that even if he continued to fight, he was no match for the other party, and it was very likely that his injuries would be more serious. The two referee elders took a deep breath and announced the result. The winner, Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and walked down the arena. The two challenge opportunities could not be used consecutively, so he had to wait for the next opportunity. As Lin Xian walked down the arena, the geniuses on both sides made way for him. Whether it was a new genius or a veteran powerhouse, no one dared to block Lin Xian. Chapter 3039. Brother Lin Xian, I knew you were the best. Xin Jingqiu cheered. The dark red dragon sneered. Now, you know how powerful little Xian is. In the distance, Qing Wu also opened her mouth wide. This guy is quite capable. I wonder if he can make it to the top 10? Humph. So what if he can make it to the top 10? He can't even defeat Mo, and he wants to compete with my brother? Qing Wu was very disdainful, although Lin Xian's current strength was very strong. However, that was all. Her brother was the #1 person in Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak was the strongest in elite manner. Not to mention Mo, even Huang Fubatian was not her brother's match. In other words, in the entire Full Moon Peak, no one was her brother's match. Not in the past, not in the future. This guy, he was actually so strong. The two geniuses of Fire Qilin Cave and Nest of 10,000 Dragons also made it to the rankings. Originally, they were full of confidence, but now, when they saw the strength Lin Xian displayed, their faces turned ugly. The other party was very strong, surpassing them. With their strength, they were probably not his match at all. Only the stronger members of the royal family could make a move. However, those people had probably already entered the ancient path of the starry sky through other methods. They would let this kid be smug for a while and kill him on the real ancient path of the starry sky. The two of them sneered. Next, it was these people's turn to make a move. These two primordial geniuses were very cautious and only challenged existences one rank ahead of them. Therefore, although the battle was difficult, they won. Next, it was the last newcomer's turn. It was the woman from Dao, Holy Land. This woman had challenged a veteran prodigy who was ranked 30th. As soon as these words came out, someone exclaimed. This was another person besides Lin Xian who crossed many ranks to challenge. This challenger was also a newcomer and not a primordial genius. Instead, he was a genius from Dao, Holy Land. Although Dao, Holy Land was a holy land of the human race, it was also very famous. After all, daring to use the name Dao was enough to show how terrifying the Holy Land was. This woman was dressed in purple. Her name was Zhonglingxiu. She was very beautiful and had a different kind of aura. The genius, rank 30th, was surrounded by a 5-colored divine light. It was crystal clear and looked like the most exquisite jade. In his hand, there was also a 5-colored longsword that emitted an extremely powerful aura. It was him, the 5-color Sword King. He was a very powerful person. Once the 5-colored divine sword was unleashed, very few people were his match. Many prodigies exclaimed. As expected, when the 5-colored Sword King appeared, it displayed a powerful battle prowess. The terrifying 5-colored sword light covered the sky. He didn't waste any words and directly killed the people in front of him. It looked like he wanted to send Zhong Lingxiu of the Tao, Holy Land, flying with a single move. The sky was filled with 5 colored sword lights, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were densely packed, and all of them charged toward Zhong Lingxiu. Everyone started to get nervous. This Zhong Lingxiu was too bold. Who does she think she is? Lin Xian? Yes, Lin Xian was the successor of the great dragon sword and the successor of the 9 yang divine body. He was very powerful. Moreover, he set off the 9 heavy waves as soon as he arrived. This Zhong Lingxiu had never been heard of. She didn't have any special inheritance or physique. What did she do to dare to challenge the 5-colored Sword King, who was ranked 30th? They didn't know. She probably saw Lin Xian succeed and became hot-headed. So she challenged someone of a higher level. She really didn't know what was good for her. Didn't she see that the 2 primordial royal family prodigies were so cautious? They only dared to challenge someone who was 1 or 2 ranks higher, but she actually dared to challenge someone who was more than 10 ranks higher. Just wait, she'll definitely die. Everyone sneered again. Lin Xian didn't say anything and looked ahead. The Tao Holy Land was a very special holy land. Although there had never been a battle between the top prodigies before. However, the foundation of this holy land was definitely not to be underestimated. It was definitely one of the few holy lands with the most ancient inheritance. Seeing the 5-colored sword light that filled the sky, Zhong Lingxiu's beautiful eyes turned. There was no fear at all. She waved her hand gently. A rune was waved out and hidden in the void. Buzz! The 5-colored sword light that filled the sky shattered, and the entire void flew out like a tattered painting. In the next moment, all the 5-colored sword light disappeared. What? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The prodigies on the rankings were also shocked. The pupils of a few elders shrank. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. In the sky, the 5-colored Sword King was also stunned. Such a terrifying killing move was actually dealt with by the other party with a light wave of her sleeve. Who was this person? Before he could think further, the other party waved her jade-like hand, and another rune floated out and hit the 5-colored Sword King. Buzz! The 5-colored Sword King flew out, and all the bones in his body were shattered. The 5-colored Sword King directly fell outside the arena. His face was pale, and he couldn't even stand up. Damn! Everyone went crazy. This scene was simply like a legend. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhong Lingxiu and their bodies trembled. They knew that they had misjudged her again. She was definitely a super genius, not weaker than Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian was taken aback by this. What a powerful move! Who was this woman? Why hadn't he heard of her before? To be able to display such a move, she would definitely be famous in the world. However, he had never heard of her name before. Could it be that she had been hiding and didn't appear before? Only after the ancient starry sky path opened did she reveal her talent. Thinking of this, his expression turned solemn. It seemed that the true spirit world was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had seen so many monsters before going to the outer realm. Who knew how many powerful enemies were waiting on the ancient starry sky path? Zhong Lingxiu's appearance made Lin Xian more vigilant. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also shocked. Damn, it can't be right. Why does this move look like that? But it's not very likely, but it's really suspicious. If that person appears, she'll probably be a peerless enemy. The dark red dragon muttered there. The others were also discussing. Zhong Lingxiu's expression was calm as she turned around and walked down the arena. Suddenly, she glanced at Lin Xian, her gaze deep. This scene was seen by many prodigies. Immediately, these prodigies became excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Oh my, Zhong Lingxiu is looking at Lin Xian. These two are both new prodigies. Moreover, they're the dark horses this time. The two of them won't have a battle, right? I think it's very likely that glance earlier was very meaningful. Zhong Lingxiu probably wants to challenge Lin Xian. I don't know, let's hurry up and fight. Who's stronger between the two? Lin Xian is currently in the limelight. This Zhong Lingxiu seems to have many trump cards in her hands. Especially those 2 runes. They're actually even stronger than the runes formed by our moon soul. What kind of runes are those? Are they runes inscribed by the sage? Possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so terrifying. Everyone discussed animatedly. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The other party looked at him. Was she trying to declare war on him? He looked back. However, when he looked, Zhong Lingxiu retracted her gaze and sat at the side. Chapter 3040. Next, the challenges continued. Every battle was very exciting. The geniuses on the ranking list were extremely powerful. Everyone's blood boiled as they watched. Finally, it was Situ Xiaotian's turn. Situ Xiaotian first raised his head and glanced at Lin Xian, then shook his head slightly. Lin Xian's strength was too strong. He wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Xian at all. Therefore, he challenged the 20th ranked One-Horned King. Situ Xiaotian, you're not my opponent. One-Horned King stood up. Cut the crap. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know once we fight. Situ Xiaotian's voice was cold. The battle was very intense. Finally, on the 83rd move, Situ Xiaotian used his ultimate move and defeated One-Horned King. This scene made many people exclaim. Situ Xiaotian had become stronger again. He must have a trump card that he hadn't used yet. It seemed that his confidence this time wasn't small. He estimated that he could enter the top 15. The challenges continued. Soon, it was Yuan Kuei's turn. Yuan Kuei walked out with a cold expression. He looked at the people at the top of the ranking list and then stared at a figure. Yu Song, come out and fight. Yuan Kuei said coldly. What? He wants to challenge the 12th ranked Yu Song. That's the surest spear. Can he win? Since Yuan Kuei did this, he must be confident. That wasn't necessarily the case. After reaching the top 15, the gap between each rank was huge. It was even more than the gap between 30th and 40th. Yuan Kuei and Yu Song only had a gap of 3 ranks. This could be said to be a huge gap. I wonder if this kid can succeed? There was a rumor that Lin Xian defeated Yuan Kuei in the Moon Palace. I didn't believe it before, but after seeing Lin Xian and Blue Wing King's battle, I believe it. Lin Xian might really defeat Yuan Kuei. It can't be, right? Everyone discussed. After Yuan Kuei heard it, his face became gloomy. On the opposite side, the 12th ranked Shura Spear, Yu Song, also walked out. The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. You dare to challenge me? I heard that you can't even beat that Lin Xian. You still have the face to challenge me? Yu Song's eyes were filled with disdain. Cut the crap. Take my ultimate move. Yuan Kuei roared. Losing to Lin Xian was a humiliation to him, now that his scars were being exposed one after another. How could he endure this? Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily and charged forward. He wanted to prove himself with his own strength. In an instant, he was in front of Yu Song. His palm slammed out, bringing with it a monstrous light, as if it had turned into the sharpest blade, slamming forward with lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and light shone brightly. The entire world was shaking. Yu Song's body had already begun to move when the palm shot out. When this palm landed, Yu Song melded into the void. This palm did not hurt him at all. He appeared on the other side, harumphed coldly and waved his hand. A dark red spear appeared in his hand. Killing intent surged, turning into a long rainbow that pierced through the clouds, shattering everything. The Azura Spear. Looks like Yu Song didn't plan on throwing the game either. Once the Azura Spear was used, no one could stop it. How was Yuan Kuei going to defend against it? Boom! The dark red spear waved, instantly piercing through the void and blasting the palm away. At the same time, the spear pierced towards Yuan Kuei's head. Yuan Kuei's pupil shrank. He knew that the azure spear was powerful, so he did not dare to resist it. With a roar, the light on his body circulated. Countless runes flickered, forming a light shield in front of him to block the spear. At the same time, a moon mark appeared on his right arm. The power of the moon soul was activated, instantly erupting, turning into a large hand of the moon and stars, slamming forward. Clang! Boom! The power of the moon soul. Do you think you're the only one who has it? Yu Song sneered disdainfully when he felt the terror of this palm. In the next moment, a crescent moon mark appeared on his spear and then burst out. The strong power of the moon's brilliance swept out. Boom! Bang! 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears. After 3 spears, Yuan Kuei was sent flying. A bloody hole appeared on his shoulder, and half of his body was numb. Yu Song sneered. His eyes were bloodshot, and he attacked again. Seeing this, Yuan Kuei's scalp went numb. I admit defeat. Admit defeat? It's too late. Yu Song smiled ferociously. The azure spear in his hand shone brightly again, as strong as a mountain. It connected with the stars in the sky, and destructive thunder fell. This spear could definitely kill Yuan Kuei. Not good. Is Yu Song crazy? Damn it. I knew I couldn't fight with Yu Song. He was known as the Azure Spear. This guy had no scruples when fighting, and he would really kill. Screams rang out, and the new Sky Prides trembled. They knew that they could never provoke the Azure Spear in the future. Not good. Yuan Kuei's pupils shrank, and his body stiffened. This spear was a fatal blow, and he could not avoid it. He did not even have the strength to escape now. Was he going to be killed? At this critical moment, an elder in the arena moved. He waved his hand, and endless runes formed a giant palm that caught the spear. At the same time, another elder came in front of Yu Song, and a powerful aura shrouded him. Yu Song, are you trying to break the rules? The two elders moved together to save Yuan Kuei. The bloodshot light in Yu Song's eyes disappeared, and he slowly put away the azure spear. I was too engrossed in the fight and forgot the rules. Please forgive me, elder, Yu Song said indifferently. Humph! The two elders snorted and retreated. They then announced the result. Yu Song stretched his neck and looked at Yuan Kuei. You're lucky. If you dare to challenge me again, you won't be so lucky. I'll send you straight to hell. Damn it. Yuan Kuei's face was extremely ugly. He thought he was qualified to challenge Yu Song after his strength increased. But now, it seemed that he was still far from it. If it was not for the elders, he would have been killed. The others were also shocked. Yu Song, who was ranked 12th, was already so terrifying. How terrifying were the people ranked in the top 10? They did not dare to imagine, especially Huangfu Beitian, who was ranked 5th, 3rd, and even 1st. Would he be able to defy the heavens? Yuan Kuei bowed, and the people in front of him continued to challenge. Finally, it was Yu Song's turn. Yu Song stood up, and in a flash he came to the arena and looked around. Those Sky Prides who were glanced at by Yu Song felt their scalps go numb, and they quickly lowered their heads. Damn it, this lunatic! He dared to kill someone in front of the elders. Whoever was targeted by such a person, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Those who were ranked lower heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine. With Yu Song's arrogance, he would definitely not challenge those who were ranked lower than him. That's right, his target was definitely the top 10. Chapter 3041. It could be the 10th or the 9th. Sure enough, the 10th ranked genius and Lu Yanin, who was ranked 9th, had serious expressions. Yu Song was also a powerful enemy. However, this azure spear Yu Song did not look at Lu Yanin and the others. Instead, he looked to the other side. When his gaze covered that area, the geniuses in that area felt their scalps go numb. What's going on? Who is Yu Song challenging? It can't be. Could it be him? That's right, it's really him. Why would this kid be targeted by Yu Song? He's dead meat. Yu Song was a member of the Black Demons. How could Yu Song let this kid off if he dared to provoke the black demons? Moreover, this kid had defeated the blue-winged monarch, which was equivalent to slapping the black demons in the face. No wonder this kid is really dead meat. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. The elders were also stunned. The people on the black demon's side revealed sinister smiles. Haha, let's see how arrogant this kid is. Let's see how he's going to die this time. That's right, Yu Song was staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned, but soon he sneered. Is he challenging me? Lin Xian, get up here and die. Yu Song's voice sounded like thunder, resounding in all directions. He was really going to challenge Lin Xian. Heavens, is Yu Song going to challenge someone who's ranked lower? These people were stunned. Usually, this kind of ranking challenge would be a challenge from someone who's ranked lower. Basically, no one would challenge someone who's ranked lower, because it was meaningless. Moreover, it would be embarrassing. After all, as a top genius, face was the most important thing. No one would disregard their face. But now, Yu Song was disregarding everything and challenging Lin Xian, who was ranked lower than him. This was definitely something that only a mortal enemy would do. Yu Song's choice shocked everyone. Even those elders were extremely shocked. Should they stop him? They were still discussing. Lin Xian frowned. I refuse. Everyone was stunned, including the elders. They originally wanted to stop him, but they didn't expect Lin Xian to refuse directly. This made them sigh in relief. This kid wasn't stupid. That was because, although he was arrogant, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew who he could defeat and who he could not. Yu Song was definitely not someone he could defeat. A few elders discussed in low voices. The surrounding sky prides were also stunned. However, in the next moment, they began to discuss fervently. This brat actually rejected it. I thought he would accept it. Don't joke around. This kid wasn't a fool. He knew that it was impossible for him to beat Yu Song. Who would have thought that this brat would actually cower? Everyone thought that Lin Xian refused because he was afraid. When Yu Song heard this, he frowned and sneered. Why? Are you admitting defeat now? What were you doing earlier? Didn't you vow to provoke our Lord Black Devil? Do you think I let you off so easily? Even if he admitted defeat, it wouldn't do. Yu Song's eyes turned blood red. A dark red sea of blood appeared around him, surging to the heavens and shaking the surroundings. It made everyone tremble. It was over. Yu Song was also angry. Yu Song had gone crazy. He was known as the Spear of Azura. He probably wouldn't let Lin Xian off so easily. Lin Xian was really unlucky. He deserved it. Who asked him to be so arrogant and challenge the Black Devil? After Lin Xian heard that, he shook his head. I think you misunderstood. I refused not because I thought you were afraid. It's because you're too weak to pique my interest. What? When he said that, everyone was stunned. You're too weak to pique my interest? Heavens, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was afraid, but they didn't know that he wasn't interested at all. Even the elders' mouths were twitching. The sky prides on the other rankings snorted coldly. Impossible! This kid must be posturing. Yes, he's bragging. He's quibbling. These people would never believe that Lin Xian wasn't interested in Azura. Azura was very terrifying. He had the strength to enter the top 10. How could such a person not pique Lin Xian's interest? What a joke! If it was Huang Fu Beitian who said that, they could still believe it. However, they wouldn't believe Lin Xian's words, even if they were beaten to death. Kid, don't quibble. You're just afraid. However, I won't let you off. If you want me to let you off, get over here and kneel down. Count out 10 times to Lord Black Devil and admit your mistakes on the spot. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I can imagine what will happen to you. At this point, the blood azure sea around Yu Song emitted an even more terrifying light. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian stood up and walked forward. Admit his mistake? What a joke. He stood up. This kid stood up. What? Is he really going to accept the challenge? No way. Is this kid's brain flooded with water? It's fine if he's just bragging. Does he really want to fight Yu Song? Does he think he can beat Yu Song? Heavens, this kid is dead for sure. He's gone overboard with his bragging. That was everyone's opinion. Yu Song was also stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Good kid, you actually dare to come up. The heavens are really helping me. He was really too excited. Originally, he thought that the other party would admit defeat and not dare to come up. That way, he couldn't make a move at all. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the bait so easily. He angered the other party, and the other party came up. He swore that when he came up, he wouldn't let the other party off so easily. Why did this kid go up? Is he really beaten half to death? Qing Wu curled her lips at the side. Lu Yanin also frowned. Yuan Kuei was stunned. Damn it, this guy actually dares to challenge Yu Song? Does he not know how to write the word death? He was just defeated by Yu Song. If not for the elders saving his life, he would already be a dead man. Although the other party defeated him, he did not think that the other party had the strength to challenge Yu Song. The Unicorn King and Blue Wing King both had hideous expressions. Great, with Yu Song making a move. This kid is definitely dead for sure. Even those elders had stunned expressions on their faces. Then they shook their heads slightly. They were also not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Lin Xian walked up to the ring, looked at the other party and said indifferently, I'll give you a chance to display your strongest strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. This kid still dares to act tough at this point. Just you wait, Yu Song's spear will definitely kill him in an instant. This kid must know that the referee elder is protecting his life, so he dares to be so arrogant. If there's no rule against killing, this kid would definitely not dare to go up. Kid, you've completely angered me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Song pulled out the Azura spear. The dark red spear, together with the surrounding sea of blood, bloomed with a monstrous light. Chapter 3042. Azura's Spear. Yu Song used his ultimate move as soon as the battle began. The spear pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless seas of blood surged, and lightning flashed in the sky. Ah! The surrounding people screamed. They did not expect Yu Song to be so decisive. He did not give Lin Xian any chance to turn the tables. The 2 judges looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. That kid definitely won't be able to block that spear. Let's do it. The 2 of them moved and were about to make a move. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. In front of them, Lin Xian looked at the incoming spear, stretched out his palm, and grabbed it. With a buzzing sound, the golden palm grabbed the Azura spear and froze in midair. What? He caught it! The 2 judges were also stunned. Their bodies floated in midair. They were stunned. The surrounding people screamed. Heavens, how did he catch it? Did Azura go easy on him? Impossible! How could Azura go easy on that kid? But how did that kid catch it? Who knows how he did it? Damn, he can actually contend with the Azura spear. This is going to be interesting. Everyone screamed in fear and disbelief. Some people even slapped their faces to wake themselves up. In short, the scene was very chaotic. Yu Song's pupils constricted. Impossible! How did you catch it? He was too shocked. Yuan Kuei almost knelt on the ground. How is that possible? In his opinion, the other party would not be able to block Azura's spear at all. Even the elder's eyeballs almost popped out. The people on the leaderboard were also very surprised. He blocked it. Xueling and the others were also surprised. It seemed that Lin Xian was still holding back his strength. Can he defeat Yu Song? He should be able to exchange a few hundred moves. Maybe he can even turn the tables. Wang Qi nodded slightly. Black Demon's face was gloomy. What is Yu Song doing? Didn't he say that he would use a powerful killing move from the beginning? His subordinates had been targeted and defeated by Lin Xian several times. Black Demon was embarrassed. Therefore, he snorted coldly and was very unhappy. In the next moment, he said, Yu Song, why are you still dawdling? Kill him. Black demons. Words made everyone tremble. Yes, Lord Black Demon. Yu Song quickly agreed. In the next moment his eyes turned red. Die, brat. Moon Soul erupted, and the Azura spear stabbed out once more, trying to break free from Lin Xian's grasp. However, Lin Xian's palm firmly grasped the Azura spear, as if he had grasped the snake's weak point, preventing it from escaping. Huma, golden crescent moon, appeared in his left eye. The power of the Moon Soul. Do you think you're the only one with it? Let me show you my Moon Soul. Ka! Piercingly cold light suddenly burst forth from his golden eyes, enveloping the entire sky. A shadow of a crescent moon flew out from his eyes. What? This was impossible. Everyone went crazy. He actually condensed a Moon Soul. How long had it been? And he had already condensed it. Could it be that he had been condensing the Moon Soul for the past few months? No wonder he came so late. Everyone was extremely surprised. Yu Song's pupils shrank. His opponent also had the power of the moon spirit. This was beyond his expectations. However, he quickly recovered. So what? His opponent had only been here for a few months. Even if he condensed the power of the Moon Soul, it would be very weak. However, he had already been at full moon peak for many years. The power of the Moon Soul that he had condensed was definitely not something that his opponent could compare to. Buzz! He activated the power of the Moon Soul with all his might. His entire being was like a god of war, sweeping across all directions. The power of the two Moon Souls collided in the sky. However, the golden crescent moon in Lin Xian's eyes was too terrifying. It was like a crescent moon blade, shattering all the spear lights. Then it sent the Azura spear flying. Pucci! Yu Song's body was also cut in half at the waist. Impossible! Damn it! How could the power of his moon spirit be so strong? These people were all crazy. Yu Song actually couldn't beat Lin Xian in terms of the power of the Moon Soul. How was this possible? Lin Xian had only condensed it for a few months. Moreover, looking at his opponent's appearance, he should have just condensed it. Lu Yanin snorted coldly. Just condensed it? What do you know? That kid condensed the Moon Soul in 2 hours. Do you think this kid is simple? This kid is absolutely terrifying. He is even more terrifying than He Mo and Huangfu Beitian. Because Lu Yanin saw it with her own eyes, she believed it without a doubt. The others didn't see it and didn't dare to believe it. Condensing the Moon Soul in 2 hours was simply a fantasy. That was because even the marvelous Yi Guqing from back then had taken an entire day to condense. Lin Xian's talent was better than Yi Guqing's. What a joke! They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Kid, you have completely angered me. Yu Song's body reassembled in the sky. His face was pale. Azura King, with a cold shout, blood-colored runes surrounded his body. In the sea of blood, an Azura King appeared. It was a few 100 feet long, and its body was filled with bloodlight. The Azura King had 3 heads and 6 arms, and each hand was holding a blood-colored weapon. There was a blood sword, a blood spear, a blood saber, and a blood shield. In short, it was very terrifying. The 3 heads were even more ferocious. Kill! With an angry shout, the 3 heads and 6 arms danced quickly, shattering the entire void. The terrifying energy wanted to kill Lin Xian. You are not qualified to compete with divine powers. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The divine fire on his body surged, and he also turned into a golden giant. He waved his palms and tore the 3 heads and 6 arms apart. Yu Song's body was sent flying again and was torn into pieces. Ah! Yu Song screamed, and his body tried to reassemble. However, the golden giant in the sky slashed down, and the newly reassembled body was split apart again. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his foot and controlled the golden giant to step on Yu Song with 1 foot. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian's cold voice sounded, and the scalps of the others went numb. The corners of the elders' mouths twitched, and their faces were full of shock. How could they fight? From the beginning to the end, it was a one-sided beating. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was arrogant and pretentious, but now it seemed that was not the case. Lin Xian was not interested at all. That was because Lin Xian and Yu Song were not on the same level. Lin Xian beat Yu Song like a giant dragon beating an ant. It was very easy for him. Damn it. Just what level has this kid's strength reached? Could it be that he could really challenge the Black Demon? The surrounding elites were terrified. Impossible. It was too difficult to challenge the Black Demon. They estimated that he had the strength to be in the top 10. This kid, as a newcomer, had the strength to be in the top 10. How heaven-defying! As expected of the descendant of the great dragon. This time, everyone acknowledged Lin Xian's strength and thought that he had the strength to be in the top 10. Chapter 3043. Yu Song had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, his body would be crushed. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Escaping from under the golden foot, Yu Song felt like he had survived a disaster. His expression was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was very arrogant and did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. But now, it seemed that he was the laughable one. The other party simply disdained to fight with him, and he was like a jumping clown, jumping up and down in front of everyone, until he was trampled to the ground by the other party. This guy actually won? Wang Ji took a deep breath. Yi Fei and Xue Ling were also extremely surprised. Huang Fu Beitian did not open his eyes all this time, cultivating with his eyes closed. Black Demon's face was gloomy, and the demonic qi on his body surged to the sky. This Yu Song was actually a piece of trash too. Fine, I'll personally take care of this kid. So what if the other party has the strength of the top 10? He, Black Demon, was in existence ranked second only to Huang Fu Beitian. Moreover, this time he was confident that he could defeat Huang Fu Beitian, let alone that kid. Big brother Lin Xian is too powerful. Xin Jingqiu clapped her hands, smiling like a flower. On the other side, Qing Wu's small face was puffed up, extremely displeased. This Yu Song is also a piece of trash? He can't even beat a newcomer. Full Moon Peak is really trash, no wonder it's at the bottom. She was too angry. She came here to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. But she did not see Lin Xian make a fool of himself at all. On the contrary, Lin Xian became more and more powerful. Every time he made a move, he would shock the entire audience. In fact, he even established a certain level of prestige and reputation. That was what she did not want to see the most. However, she was unwilling to leave just like that. I want to see how you fight Black Demon when the time comes. Qing Wu huffed angrily and continued to watch the battle. Next, it was the turn of the prodigy, ranked 11th. That prodigy challenged the one ranked 10th. In the end, he did not succeed. It could not be helped. Being ranked in the top 10 was a watershed. Those who entered the top 10 were all very powerful, far surpassing the others. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for others to break into this circle. More importantly, after entering the top 10, the gap between each rank would become even greater, like a chasm between heaven and earth. Outsiders might not be able to make it to the top, but it would be extremely difficult for those in the inner circle to advance by a single rank. However, that might not be the case. After all, those who could enter the top 10 were all peerless geniuses. As long as these people were given an opportunity, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. So what was the ultimate strength of these people? If they did not fight, none of them would know. The one ranked 10th challenged the one ranked 7th, Tian, and failed. Next, it was Lu Yanen's turn. Lu Yanen was ranked 9th. She took a deep breath and prepared to challenge Wang Ji, who was ranked 5th. This scene caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. Lu Yanen actually wanted to challenge Wang Qi. From the looks of it, she wanted to make it to the top 5. It was very difficult. She was ranked 9th. It was impossible for her to reach the top 5. That might not be the case. Since she dared to challenge him, she had the qualifications to do so. Wang Ji was a short-haired young man with an ordinary face, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. He carried a long sword on his back. He was a swordsman. Lu Yanin was also a swordsman. The red long sword hanging at her waist flickered with a dazzling light. The two of them walked into the arena. Before they fought, their king domains were displayed. They fought in the sky. Every strike tore through the void. The powerful force made everyone tremble. Other than those in the top 10 who could still hold on, the others were all suppressed. Yuan Kuei and the others were also trembling slightly. It was too terrifying. They could not resist this force at all. However, there were a few exceptions. One was Qing Wu. Her body was glowing with a hazy light. It was obvious that she had used some kind of secret treasure. The other was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was safe and sound. The dark red divine dragon and Xin Jingqiu were standing beside him. They were also not affected. This scene was also shocking. As for the other person, even Lin Xian was surprised. It was Zhong Lingxiu. Beside Zhong Lingxiu, the illusory image of a green lotus stabilized the void and blocked all the energy attacks. It was not strange that Qing Wu could block it. After all, her brother was the North Demon. She was strong and must have many treasures in her hands. However, Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu could block the energy attacks. This shocked them. They wanted to investigate Lin Xian and Zhong Lingxiu's secrets. However, at this time, the two of them fought in the arena, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Yanin soared into the sky and turned into a red rainbow. Buzz! The red long sword slashed down like a divine rainbow, illuminating the entire sky. 7 red lights were slashed out in a row, enveloping Wang Ji. It was Lu Yanin's ultimate move. The surrounding sky prides exclaimed. The elders were also excited. Wang Ji looked up at the sky with a calm expression. Buzz! The long sword was unsheathed. The sword flashed and returned to the sheath. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Why did Wang Ji stop? Everyone was stunned. However, the eyes of Yi Fei, Xue Ling, Black Demon, and the others flickered. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and he was shocked. Then he shook his head slightly. He could see that Lu Yanin had lost. Indeed, in the next moment, the sky full of light descended and shattered the void. Lu Yanin's expression was extremely ugly. On her neck, there was a sword mark on her snow-white skin. Blood flowed out. I lost. Lu Yanin's body trembled. She did not have any reaction to the sword just now. Wang Ji had already gone easy on her. Otherwise, she would have been killed by him in one strike. Damn, he defeated Lu Yanin in one strike. This Wang Ji was too terrifying. Oh heavens! Was this the strength of the 5th place? The 5th place was already so terrifying. This Wang Ji's strength had increased too much. Everyone exclaimed. Xue Ling's expression was extremely solemn. She also felt threatened. However, Yi Fei smiled because he and Wang Ji were good friends. In the distance, the elders also smiled. Wang Ji was not bad. This move was very powerful. This kid's strength had become so strong. Not bad, not bad. He should be qualified to fight for the top 3. It seemed that Wang Ji had put in a lot of effort recently in order to comprehend the Moongazer steel. The elders were very satisfied. Wang Ji was too handsome. He would also be one of the terrifying sky prides in the future. Previously, the crowd did not know Wang Ji, but after this battle they knew him. Wang Ji was as terrifying as Xue Ling and Yi Fei. He was a young sky pride that should not be provoked. Next, the person ranked 8th challenged Yi Fei. The 8th sky pride opened his mouth and spat out a blue pagoda that enveloped his body. Facing Yi Fei, he took the initiative to use his strongest defense. Chapter 3044. The two layers of defense and the king's domain formed a triple defense. Seeing this scene, no one found it funny. They felt that this was how it should be, because Yi Fei's knife was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He had never seen someone so careful. What was so strange about this Yi Fei? Yi Fei walked up and flipped his palm. A flying knife appeared in his hand. Flying knife. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The Immortal Palace had a flying knife expert named Li Xuanxian. Once the flying knife was thrown, it would instantly kill an invincible king. Even the primordial king back then couldn't block it. He wondered how Yi Fei's flying knife was. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. The 8th-ranked genius took action after putting up 3 layers of defense. He took out a giant axe and swung it down with an indomitable aura. The sky was split in half. This axe could split heaven and earth. Whoosh! Yi Fei also made his move. A flying knife tore through the void, piercing through the blue pagoda and the bronze cauldron. It pierced through the other party's king's domain. It pierced the other party's body, causing him to vomit blood. With one strike, the 8th-ranked genius lost. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of horror. Yi Fei was indeed not to be provoked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Interesting. The other party's flying knife was somewhat similar to Li Xuanxian's flying knife. Could it be that the two had some connection? Back then, there was a sword saint who was extremely terrifying. Once the flying knife was thrown out, it could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although the other party passed down his inheritance, the inheritance was scattered and incomplete. Regardless of whether it was Yi Fei or Li Xuanxian, they must have obtained a portion of the other party's inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Perhaps that was the case. The competition continued. Later, the 6th-ranked genius challenged Xueling. In the end, Xueling waved her hand and directly froze the other party. Another move. Heavens, it was too terrifying. Although they were all ranked in the top 10, the gap between the top 5 and the bottom 5 was too great. The top 5 could directly kill the bottom 5. Everyone was amazed when they saw this scene. It was likely that the top 3 would come from these 5 people. That was for sure. However, it would be difficult for Dugu Jian and Black Demon to be defeated. The third person would be either Xueling, Yi Fei, or Wang Ji. The others had no chance at all. Not even the 2 prodigies of the far ancient royal family. Although Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were exceptionally talented, they were still a far cry from the top 5. Therefore, no one considered it at all. Those elders also became excited. I feel that Yi Fei might be able to make it into the top 3. His throwing knife had become stronger again, and his strength was not in vain. No one could dodge it. I think Wang Qi is not bad. His swordsmanship is very sharp, and he has the demeanor of a master. I'm looking forward to the battle between the Black Demon and Huang Fu Beitian. I wonder which one of them will be able to reach the top. The surrounding elders discussed animatedly, but no one was talking about Lin Xian. The great elder narrowed his eyes, but he didn't think so. He felt that Lin Xian might be able to compete with these people. However, he wasn't sure about the specific outcome. He couldn't see through Lin Xian now. I wonder if this kid had any fortuitous encounters in the wasteland. Look, Wang Qi is going up. I wonder who he's going to challenge. Yi Fei or Xueling? Yi Fei is his good friend. I guess he's going to challenge Xueling. As expected, Xueling's expression was a little serious. She was even prepared to come out. However, she was soon stunned, because Wang Qi didn't challenge her. Wang Qi's gaze swept past him and landed on the Black Demon. Black Demon was stunned. Then a look of disdain appeared on his face. You want to challenge me? Kid, think carefully. You're no match for me. How would you know if you don't try? Wang Qi clenched his fists. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Black Demon's body swayed, and he appeared in the arena. "I'll give you 3 chances to attack." Black Demon said impatiently. "What, 3 chances?" Did that mean that Black Demon could defeat his opponent in 3 moves? As expected of Black Demon, he was too domineering. Perhaps only Huangfu Beitian could defeat Black Demon. It was impossible for others to do so. That Lin Xian wanted to challenge Black Demon? He was courting death. While they were talking, Wang Qi moved in the arena. Crack! The crowd only heard the sound, but they didn't see how the longsword appeared. In the next moment, Black Demon's body swayed. An ray of sword light pierced through where he was standing. The sword didn't hit its target. However, after that strike, the longsword turned around again and charged toward the Black Demon. Black Demon roared. "Get lost!" With a roar, the stars in the sky trembled. The powerful force shattered the void and blocked the sword. Wang Qi's body appeared. He held a long sword in his hand, and his expression was cold. Sword Qi surrounded his body and shot into the sky. "What happened?" the surrounding elites exclaimed. It was too fast. They couldn't see it at all. Didn't Black Demon give him 3 moves? Why did he attack first? Could it be that Wang Qi's strength has reached such a terrifying level? Black Demon's face darkened, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "I admit that I underestimated you. I take back what I said just now. You're worthy of my attack." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Wang Qi was too strong. He was able to make Black Demon take him seriously. What kind of sword technique was that just now? A series of exclamations and discussions were heard. Xueling said in a deep voice. She heard that Wang Qi had been in Jinlian Planet all this time and hadn't come out. That should be the sword technique he got from Jinlian Planet. That's right. Wang Qi's strength has increased greatly this time. Just wait, he will shock everyone. Yi Fei said with a smile. Wang Qi's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Black Demon's face darkened. In the arena, a ray of light as bright as the sun lit up, and a terrifying sword light slashed down. Black Demon roared, "You're courting death. Get lost." He stretched out his palm, and a terrifying demonic aura circulated. 5 black dragons appeared from his 5 fingers, and they circled around each other, covering the entire sky. Hong, 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 hong. The black dragons collided with the sword Qi, and a terrifying force raged in all directions. Black Demon was Black Demon after all. He was too powerful. He only used 1 move, and it shattered the sword Qi in the sky. Even Wang Qi had to retreat. He retreated far away, and his expression became extremely solemn. In the next moment, a piercing light burst out from his eyes again. He waved his long sword, and a destructive sword Qi surged out like ripples in the sky, spreading in all directions. Jade water, sword technique. The sword wave was like water, and it seemed soft. However, everyone's expression changed, because it said that it contained a destructive force, and it was too terrifying. Even Lu Yanin and the rest were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. Black Demon roared, "Kid, it's over." Black Dragon Fist. Chapter 3045. The Black Dragon roared. Boom! The Black Dragon collided with the jade-like sword waves, stirring up huge waves in all directions. Even more so, a resplendent light burst out, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Wang Qi blocked it. The water sword technique was blocked in an instant. The Black Demon was too terrifying. It seemed that Wang Qi was in danger. Xue Ling's expression was solemn. Yi Fei was also extremely nervous. He clenched his fists because he and Wang Qi were good friends. Lin Xian was also watching nervously. On the other side, even Huangfu Beitian, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes. The Black Dragon Fist was the Black Demon's ultimate move. Although the Jade Water Sword technique was powerful, it was completely defeated by the Black Dragon Fist. It was torn apart in an instant. Wang Qi roared angrily when he saw that the Jade Water Sword technique was useless. His body shone brightly again. His long sword trembled and let out a loud roar. The phantom of a golden lion appeared on the long sword. Golden divine light soared into the sky, filling the surroundings with dazzling light. The golden lion had 3 heads and was completely formed by sword qi. It attacked with Wang Qi's sword technique. Ultimate move, Golden Lion Sword. Heavens, Wang Qi had used his ultimate move. This sword technique was even more terrifying than the Jade Water Sword technique. Last time, Wang Qi's Golden Lion Sword only had 1 head. Now, he could form a 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Wasn't this growth speed a little too fast? Xue Ling, Lu Yanin, and the others had solemn expressions. The elders were also excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Qi was indeed a genius in sword principle. The Golden Lion Sword? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was indeed a powerful sword technique. Wang Qi's attainments in sword Dao were indeed not weak. He wondered what the Black Demon was going to do to resist it. Was he going to use his ultimate move? You're actually able to condense 3 heads. I have to say, your growth is really shocking. But as I said, this is the end of it. The battle was over. The Black Demon's voice was cold. He was not afraid because of the 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Instead, his expression darkened and a monstrous demonic aura emanated from his body. He raised his right hand, and a black halberd appeared in his hand as thousands of demonic auras soared into the sky. Ka. This divine halberd was simple and unadorned. There were cracks all over it, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. However, as soon as it appeared, it created an extremely powerful ripple that caused the surrounding space to collapse. Everyone felt their blood turn cold, as if a peerless killing intent was about to pierce through them. What is this? How terrifying! Oh no, I'm going to use my weapon. It seemed that the Black Demon was truly enraged. Everyone wildly swallowed their saliva. Even Yi Fei and Xue Ling's bodies began to tremble slightly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Huangfu Beitian stared at the scene in the sky with a sharp gaze. Wang Ji's expression was even more solemn. The black membrane at this moment was truly terrifying to the extreme. The surrounding void collapsed, and a terrifying demonic aura surged from his body. The moment he grabbed the divine halberd, the demonic qi around him trembled violently and turned into boundless hellfire that swept out in all directions. Destroy! With a furious roar, the black halberd in his hand swept out. Clang! 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 Puff! The black halberd struck the old Golden Lion Sword, shattering the 3-headed Golden Lion Sword. Puff! Wang Ji spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He stared at the scene in disbelief. His expression was extremely ugly. Defeated. Wang Ji was actually defeated. Such a powerful Golden Lion Sword was actually shattered by a single move. The Black Demon was too terrifying. The black halberd in his hand was truly terrifying. It was a treasure passed down from ancient times. Although it was broken, it was even more terrifying than a half-saint artifact. Screams rang out one after another. The faces of the new sky prides were all trembling. Was this the power of the Black Demon? It was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that one look from the Black Demon could kill him. Even Lu Yanin, Yi Fei, Xue Ling, and the others had grave expressions, let alone the new sky prides. Only Huangfu Beitian remained calm. This guy does have the right to be arrogant. The dark red dragon muttered softly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the Black Demon was very powerful. However, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. Was he defeated? Wang Ji stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled bitterly. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. During this period of time, he had been cultivating his sword skills crazily on Gold Forge Planet. Finally, he had cultivated the Golden Lion sword to 3 heads. Originally, he was full of confidence and thought that he could compete with the Black Demon. At least, he would not be defeated so quickly. However, when the Black Demon became serious and the Black Halberd appeared, he was unable to resist at all. The difference was too great. It was so great that it made him feel despair. If the Black Demon was already so powerful, how terrifying would Huangfu Beitian, who was ranked first, be? He did not dare to imagine. Shaking his head, Wang Ji took out 2 pills and swallowed them. Then he walked to the side to recover. The Black Demon stood in the void like a peerless demon king. His cold eyes swept across the area. No one dared to look him in the eye. With a cold snort, the Black Demon put away his black halberd and left the void, landing outside the arena. Everyone was still in shock from the attack, just now. There were discussions and screams everywhere. The elders in the distance were also moved. This Hamo is incredible. His strength has increased tremendously compared to before. It seemed that this time he might really be able to defeat Huangfu Beitian. Not necessarily. Huangfu Beitian had not shown his skills yet. But thinking about it, his strength should have greatly increased. They were really looking forward to the battle between the 2 of them. Yes, the 2 of them might be able to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. At that time, they would be able to compete with monsters like Hubei Monster. There was finally hope for our full moon peak. These elders trembled with excitement. The first elder narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Was there hope? Indeed. However, was it Huangfu Beitian and the Black Demon? His gaze passed through the crowd and looked at a figure in the distance. Perhaps not necessarily. In the arena, the 2 elders took a deep breath and then pressed their hands together, causing the surroundings to quiet down. The next moment, one of the elders said loudly. The next one to go up was Yi Fei. Yi Fei, who are you going to challenge? Hearing this, everyone's gazes landed on Yi Fei, and they became excited once again. Yi Fei was going to fight too. He was a super powerhouse. His flying daggers never missed. Who was he going to challenge? It was very likely that he wanted to avenge Wang Ji, so he challenged the Black Demon. Amidst the discussion, Yi Fei walked up to the arena. He smiled slightly and looked at Xueling. Come up. Xueling. Chapter 3046. That was for sure. Only the top 3 could comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Would Xueling be able to withstand it? Don't underestimate Xueling. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, she was ranked 3rd, second only to Hamo and Huangfu Beitian. Xueling didn't seem surprised by this choice. She snorted, and ice lotuses appeared under her feet, carrying her to the arena. You really chose me. Unfortunately, you have no chance of winning. Xueling's voice was cold. As she spoke, the surroundings were frozen. Facing Yi Fei, Xueling didn't dare to be careless. After all, his flying daggers were too terrifying. In an instant, she also set up several layers of defense. She even wore an ice armor on her body. She formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Immediately, the cold air in the sky surged and turned into countless ice shards. The murderous aura shot into the sky. The cold aura made the people in the distance tremble again. Frost even formed on many people's bodies, and the power in their bodies was frozen. Cold snowflakes floated between heaven and earth. Yi Fei's body swayed, and he used his extreme speed. He turned into a stream of light and floated between heaven and earth, wandering among the ice swords. He didn't attack immediately. Seeing this scene, many of the new prodigies were puzzled. Why didn't he use his flying daggers? Yeah, didn't they say that his flying daggers are very powerful? Hearing this, the old prodigy snorted. What do you know? Yi Fei only uses his daggers at the critical moment. Do you think he'll use his flying daggers right away? Just watch. Apart from his flying daggers, Yi Fei also has other powerful divine powers. Otherwise, why do you think he's ranked fourth? As expected, the new prodigies stopped talking and even began to tremble, because they realized that even if Yi Fei didn't use his flying daggers, he was still very terrifying. As Yi Fei opened and closed his palms, beams of divine light shot into the sky and shattered all the ice swords around him. Ice dimensional slash. On the other side, Xue Ling formed another seal. The space rippled, and a blue light of death drew out and directly enveloped Yi Fei. Seeing this scene, even Wang Ji's body trembled, and his face was full of fear. The icy dimensional slash was an extremely powerful and terrifying ability. In the entire full moon peak, not many people could withstand it. Unexpectedly, Xue Ling executed it so quickly. It looked like she wanted to end the battle quickly, not giving Yi Fei a chance to draw his saber. Seeing this, Yi Fei did not dare to be careless. Strange runes appeared under his feet one after another. With a whoosh, his speed increased again, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. 9 rotation body steps. Heavens, he had actually mastered the 9 rotation body steps. Yu Song screamed, Yuan Kuei, Lu Yanin, and the others felt their scalps go numb. Even Xue Ling's beautiful eyes were tightly wrinkled. 9 revolving body steps. The other party had actually succeeded. That was interesting. Black Demon also narrowed his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This was an extremely frightening speed. Most of the geniuses in the area could not even see where the other party was. Golden runes flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. He caught sight of a figure moving rapidly in the sky. What incredible speed! This Yi Fei was truly amazing. However, from the looks of it, he should be drawing his flying saber soon. Indeed, Xue Ling repeatedly used her ultimate move, causing Yi Fei to move quickly in the sky. Wherever he passed, huge blue cracks were torn open and devoured everything. Finally, Yi Fei seized an opportunity. With a flip of his palm, a flying saber appeared. After the flying saber appeared, Yi Fei's aura changed. A dazzling saber light shot into the sky, and a vast amount of energy shook the void. Everyone's expression changed. They now realized that Yi Fei, who possessed the flying dagger, was simply incomparable to the person he used to be. He was too powerful. At this moment, even Black Demon's expression was solemn. Yi Fei's saber was indeed worthy of its reputation. Huangfu Beitian opened his eyes again, as if he could see through everything. Xue Ling's expression was incomparably solemn. She shouted coldly and waved her hand. Dozens of ice curtains condensed around her. They were densely packed and spread in all directions. At this moment, Xue Ling had used her strongest defense. Buzz! Under everyone's attention, Yi Fei drew his saber. A divine light streaked across, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was too fast. Everyone only saw a flash of light. Then they couldn't see anything. They could only hear a violent sound. The ground cracked, the sky rolled, and the terrifying power seemed to be destroying the world. There were even ghostly wails and wolf howls that made one's scalp tingle. The ice curtains that Xue Ling cast were like pieces of paper. They couldn't resist at all. In an instant, they were penetrated. Xue Ling's body was cold. She felt a peerless killing intent enveloping her. Damn it! She changed positions, but it was too late. The saber was too fast. It was even faster than Yi Fei's 9 rotation steps. At the critical moment, Xue Ling opened her mouth and spat out a blue shield. This blue shield was overflowing with light. It was obviously a powerful Dharma treasure. As soon as the shield appeared, it kept expanding and protecting Xue Ling Fu. Xue Ling heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, she heard an earth-shattering sound. It was Yi Fei's saber that collided with her blue shield. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on the blue shield. Crack! Crack! How was this possible? Ling's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How could she block her opponent's saber? She clearly couldn't block it last time. With a puff, in her surprise, the blue shield shattered and a saber light pierced her shoulder. This made her keep retreating. The ice that filled the sky disappeared. Blood dripped and pierced through the void. What happened? What was the result? It seemed to be a long time, but it was only a moment. Everyone only saw a flash of light and blood feathers floating down from the sky. His flying saber had become stronger again. Mo snorted. Huangfu Baitian's eyes were bright. On the other side, Lin Xian also nodded slightly. What a powerful flying saber! Indeed, it deserved its reputation. Ling's defeat was not unjustified. What? You said Ling lost? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people screamed. They didn't quite believe it, but in the next moment, when they saw Ling holding her shoulder in the arena, her face pale, they immediately screamed. Ling was defeated. She was really defeated. She was pierced through by a saber. She lost. Yi Fei landed below the arena, looking confident and calm. He still put away the flying saber. I don't understand. How did your flying saber become so powerful? Last time, you clearly couldn't break my shield. Ling's face was pale. She still couldn't understand, because she and Yi Fei had fought more than once. Previously, her opponent was unable to break through her Dharma treasure shield, but this time her opponent penetrated it. Chapter 3047. Yi Fei smiled mysteriously and did not say anything. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded throughout the world. It was the power of the Moon Soul. This voice made one's blood boil as if they were about to faint. Ling's expression changed. What? The power of the Moon Soul? You actually integrated the power of the Moon Soul into the flying dagger? Yi Fei's expression also changed. He did not expect his secret to be seen through in an instant. However, he did not dare to be angry because he knew who made that voice. It was Huangfu Baitian. In front of such a person, his secret could not be hidden at all. I did not expect your control of the Moon Soul's power to reach such a level. Ling took a deep breath. Next time, I won't lose to you again. As she said that, she also channeled ice to seal her wound. Then, she turned around and walked down the stage. This battle did not last long. Especially after Yi Fei displayed his flying knife skill, the outcome of the battle was decided almost instantly. The surrounding prodigies seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Many of the young rookies saw Yi Fei's dagger for the first time. Too strong. Was that Yi Fei's flying dagger? As expected, no one could block it. Would Mo be able to block it? It was hard to say. Mo was too strong, and Yi Fei's dagger was too sharp. If the two of them collided, what would the situation be? Don't worry, the two of them will definitely fight in the next round. In the distance, the elders were also excited. Yi Fei's dagger had indeed become stronger. This kid's talent was terrifying. He could actually integrate the Moon Soul into his flying dagger technique. Did he engrave it on the blade or directly integrate it into the technique? But no matter what, his strength had become stronger again. He could even challenge Mo and Huangfu Baitian. Next should be Ling, right? Who was she going to challenge? Ling had just been injured. It would probably take some time for her to recover. Sure enough, the next round did not start immediately. Instead, they waited for Ling to recover from her injuries. The surrounding people were too excited because Wang Qi, Yi Fei, Ling, Mo, and the other powerhouses appeared one by one. The power they displayed was too terrifying. These were the top 5. Too strong. No one could defeat them. The top 3 would definitely come from these people. 2 hours later, Ling opened her eyes. Although she hadn't fully recovered, she had recovered 80 to 90%. She was ready to fight. Ling walked out. Her gaze moved between the Black Devil and Huangfu Baitian, and she seemed to be deciding who she wanted to challenge. In the end, She still stared at the black demon because she truly did not have the courage to challenge Huangfu Beitian. Hei Emo had appeared again. Although Shui Ling lost to Yi Fei, it didn't mean that she was weak. On the contrary, her strength was extremely strong. Even the black devil had to take it seriously. Wang. After more than 100 moves, Hei Emo used his black halberd, and Shui Ling was actually able to exchange 3 moves with him. When Hei Emo was fighting Wang Qi, he had used his black halberd to send Wang Qi flying with a single move. But now, it took him 3 moves to defeat Shui Ling. One could imagine just how powerful Shui Ling was. Hei Emo won again. He didn't leave the arena, and he looked directly at Huangfu Beitian instead. Come and fight me. Today I'll defeat you. I'll let everyone know who's number 1 on Full Moon Peak. Huangfu Beitian opened his eyes and looked at Hei Emo in the arena with a calm expression. He said, "You've just gone through a battle. I'll give you 15 minutes to recover." In less than 15 minutes, Hei Emo snorted coldly, and the black halberd in his hand shook. Suddenly, a huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles wide appeared in the sky. Boundless demonic qi rolled and crazily absorbed the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. It formed beams of black light, a total of 49 beams, and connected to Hei Emo's body. Spiritual qi poured into his body, forcibly recovering. Oh heavens, he dared to use such a method? How terrifying was Hei Emo! Wasn't he afraid of his body exploding? Those people exclaimed, "Yi Fei, Shui Ling," and the others also turned pale. Hei Emo was too powerful. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and Hei Emo's aura became tyrannical again. "I've recovered, come and fight me." "As you wish." Huangfu Beitian walked up. When he took a step forward, the crowd couldn't see his figure at all, and they realized that he had already arrived in the arena. Shrinking the ground into an inch? That's too fast. You're not my opponent. Take out your strongest martial arts. Huangfu Beitian said indifferently. Don't look down on me. The current me definitely has the strength to defeat you. Hei Emo snorted coldly. He didn't put away the black halberd in his hand. Instead, it bloomed with an even more terrifying light. The surrounding experts and Skype rides felt their scalps go numb. Huangfu Beitian actually said such words to Hei Emo. It was too shocking. One had to know that such words were usually said by Hei Emo to others. They never thought that someone would dare to say such words to Hei Emo. However, Huangfu Beitian definitely had the strength to do so. He was the number 1 of the Full Moon Peak. From the beginning to the end, no one had seen him fight because no one dared to challenge him. Even top Skype rides like Yi Fei and Shui Ling didn't dare to challenge him. Only Hei Emo dared to challenge him, right? Buzz! Boom! Hei Emo snorted. His hair danced wildly, and the demonic qi on his body erupted again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a primordial demon king, unstoppable. What a powerful aura! Those people were all blown away. Shui Ling, Yi Fei, and the others' pupils shrank. He became stronger again. Hei Emo's aura became stronger again. Could it be that Hei Emo didn't use his full strength in the previous battle? Thinking of this, a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Wasn't this too shocking? Hei Emo was still hiding his strength. Those elders were also extremely shocked. Everyone's expression was ugly. In the crowd, Lin Xian's gaze was solemn as he stared at the fiend-like figure. There were still countless sword qi around him, blocking the terrifying storm. On the other side, the green lotus beside Zhong Linxiu swayed gently, blocking all the storm. At the same time, 2 mysterious runes flickered in her eyes. It seemed to want to see through everything. Kill! Hei Emo roared and waved his black divine halberd like a demon. Suddenly, a dazzling killing intent soared into the sky. The terrifying black light turned into a long rainbow and slashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped Huangfu Beitian. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous. They wondered what kind of peerless ability Huang Fu Beitian was going to use. After all, the Black Divine halberd was too terrifying. It defeated Wang Qi in 1 move and Xue Ling in 3 moves. It was definitely a heaven-defying weapon. Probably not many people would be able to withstand this kind of power. Huang Fu Beitian would probably have to use a peerless ability. Perhaps he would have to pull out the blade on his back. Everyone was looking forward to an intense battle. Chapter 3048. Looking at the incoming divine rainbow, Huang Fu Beitian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not dodge or make any movements. When these divine rainbows arrived beside him, he opened his mouth. Destroy! With a light shout, heaven and earth collapsed. The dozens of black, mist-like attacks instantly collapsed and turned into fragments. The void in all directions of the world was also cracking apart continuously. With just one word, the black demon's powerful attack was neutralized. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Heavens, am I dreaming? What did I just see? Huang Fu Beitian neutralized the black demon's peerless attack by opening his mouth? That was not an ordinary attack. The attack that defeated Wang Qi in 1 move and Xue Ling in 3 moves was actually nothing in front of Huang Fu Beitian. How terrifying and heaven-defying was Huang Fu Bai. These people were all crazy. To be honest, this was completely different from what they had imagined. In their view, the black demon was already so terrifying. No matter how strong Huang Fu Beitian was, he should not be much stronger than the black demon. Between the two of them, it was definitely a fierce battle. Perhaps all kinds of divine abilities would emerge one after another, but the truth was not so. Facing the black demon's powerful attack, Huang Fu Beitian only said 1 word and neutralized this peerless killing intent. This was simply a crushing defeat. Unexpectedly, Huang Fu Beitian's strength far surpassed the black demon's. Even Lin Xian and Zhong Linxia were shocked. The two of them also did not expect that it would be such a scene. This Huang Fu Beitian was not ordinary. Is this all you've got? I've said it before. Use your strongest trump card. Huang Fu Beitian shook his head, slightly with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Damn guy, don't be so arrogant. The black demon's face was gloomy and somewhat unsightly. He did not expect that Huang Fu Beitian did not even make a move. With just 1 word, he destroyed his attack. In addition to the surprise of the surrounding people, it made him lose face. He decided to show Huang Fu Beitian his strength. Those few attacks just now were not his full strength. Next, he would let Huang Fu Beitian know the price of underestimating him. Demonic dragon monstrous sky. Hei Mo roared furiously. Devil Qi surged out from his body. 18 devil dragons surged out and coiled around Huang Fu Beitian at a rapid speed. At the same time, he waved the halberd in his hand again, creating a few terrifying spatial rifts as if he wanted to swallow Huang Fu Beitian whole. It was too terrifying. The attack this time was even more terrifying than before. It seemed like the Heimo was truly enraged. Huang Fu Beitian harumphed coldly as he waved his hand, firing a shocking saber glow that shattered the 18 black dragons. At the same time, he stomped his foot, shattering all the spatial rifts around him. Your attack is not good enough, Huang Fu Beitian said coldly. Was the gap between them that big? Everyone was stupefied. Even the black demon had an ugly expression on his face. Damn it! Draw your blade for me. He was mad with anger. Unexpectedly, the other party still hadn't drawn his saber. Just a wave of his arm was enough to break his attack. This infuriated black demon so much that he vomited blood. He didn't believe that the other party would be so powerful. Kill! With a furious roar, the black demon quickly charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Huang Fu Beitian as the black halberd in his hand flickered continuously. Countless terrifying attacks were launched at Huang Fu Beitian. At this moment, Huang Fu Beitian made his move. His figure was extremely fast, as if he could escape into the void. easily dodging hundreds of attacks. Then he appeared in another void. "You're not good enough. You're not qualified for me to draw my blade." Huangfu Baitian's cold voice sounded again, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The elders in the distance also frowned. Their eyelids were twitching wildly. Heavens, has Huangfu Baitian become so terrifying? Could it be that the gap between them was so big? This was something that he had never thought of before. Lin Xian and Zhong Linxiu were equally shocked. The strength that Huangfu Baitian displayed at this moment had truly shocked everyone. The black demon was going crazy with anger. His entire face was distorted. How could the other party still not draw his blade? Was he looking down on him? He roared at the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. Black, demonic aura shot up into the sky like thousands of demonic dragons. Armageddon, Black Dragon Fist. This time he did not wave his black halberd, but his fist. The terrifying fist blossomed with a jet-black light, accompanied by strange runes one after another. They were like stars tumbling in the sky. The powerful force tore everything apart. It was too terrifying. Many sky prides were already pressed to the ground, trembling. Armageddon, Black Dragon Fist. It was actually that kind of fist technique that the black demon had mastered. This black demon was too terrifying. He wondered if Huangfu Baitian should draw his saber. If Huangfu Baitian did not draw his blade, then he would be too heaven-defying. Armageddon, Black Dragon Fist? You're not trash after all. You can actually master such a fist technique. Very well. You're worthy of me drawing my blade. Huangfu Baitian's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless blade god, holding the long blade on his back. With a clang, the blade flashed, and a huge crack of hundreds of thousands of miles shot up into the sky. The entire sky seemed to have been split in half. Buzz! With a slash of the blade, the demonic aura that filled the sky disappeared, and the countless black dragon fist shadows were completely shattered. This saber strike destroyed everything. The Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was broken. Boom, boom, boom. With a slash of the blade, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The sky prides and experts below fainted from fear. Was this Huangfu Baitian's strength? Xue Ling trembled. Yi Fei's face turned pale, and Wang Ji clenched his fists with his eyes wide open. As for Yuan Kuei, Yu Song, and the others, their blood and qi froze, and their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. No one could block this saber strike. Buzz! In the distance, the elders also stood up with their eyes wide open. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the void. This saber light, this saber technique, this Huangfu Baitian was incredible. The first elder's eyes emitted a piercing cold light. He clapped his hands and laughed. What a surprise! That's right. Everyone knew that Huangfu Baitian was strong, but they did not know how strong he was. It seemed that he was ridiculously strong. With Huangfu Baitian here, the full moon peak would definitely not be last in the competition between the four peaks. Even though they might not be able to defeat the North Beast, they should be able to compete for second place. Not necessarily the woman from the Nimble Valley was also very terrifying. It did not matter. Even if they were not second, they would at least be third. This time, they would definitely not be last. The elders were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying crack in the sky continued to expand. Black Demon, on the other hand, kept retreating. His face was also filled with shock. He had drawn his blade. He had really drawn his blade. Chapter 3049. His peerless fist technique was shattered by his opponent's blade. There was no way for him to defend himself. You finally unsheathed your blade. Although the apocalyptic black dragon fist was broken, the HMO was extremely excited. He still had a trump card that he could use. Buzz! Countless demonic runes appeared on the HMO's body. The entire sky darkened, and the terrifying aura made everyone faint. At this moment, The Hayamo was like a peerless demon king that could shatter heaven and earth. A black moon seemed to have appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying as it spun rapidly. Moon Soul. Is this the Hayamo's Moon Soul? He has refined it to such a level. It's not a simple Moon Soul. The Hayamo has activated his bloodline power. The demonic runes on his body are definitely the power of his bloodline. Exclamations could be heard as the crowd trembled. With the power of his bloodline combined with the Moon Soul, the Hayamo was going all out. He was not holding back at all. After all, his opponent was Dagobatian. Buzz. He held the black halberd again and swung it. The sky was overturned and turned into a terrifying black hole that could devour everything. It wanted to devour Huangfu Batian. Take my strongest attack. Apocalyptic black dragon wave. The halberd in his hand seemed to have come alive and turned into a black dragon that he held in his hand. At the same time, the Hayamo's entire right arm emitted a black light as demonic runes spun rapidly. A powerful energy burst out. This energy was too strong, it could destroy everything. The expressions of the two judges changed. At this moment, the Grand Elder shouted coldly and activated the array formation. Immediately, many elders around the mountain moved. They formed seals with their palms and countless runes lit up on the mountain peak, forming a defensive formation that protected the full moon peak. Otherwise, this attack would have created a hole in the full moon peak. After the array was activated, old Zhang heaved a sigh of relief. The other Sky Prides also calmed down. Their faces were extremely pale. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with stars as he stared at the two figures in the sky. Apocalyptic black dragon wave. The Hayamo's right arm suddenly erupted with energy. The halberd in his hand turned into a black dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and a black wave was shot out. It swept forward and enveloped Huangfu Batian. Chop! Huangfu Batian snorted coldly as the saber in his hand slashed down. It was as if it could destroy everything in its path. The saber slashed down. Boom! This was a terrifying confrontation. The world-destroying black dragon wave was the Black Devil's strongest attack. Huangfu Batian's slash was even more terrifying. The two collided, emitting a thunderous sound. The void continued to collapse as energy surged madly. Endless runes formed a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. Ka! The black runes in the sky shattered, and the black dragon howled as it was cut in half by the saber. The black demon also retreated. His bones were broken, and he fell to the ground. Bang! The entire land began to shake, and dust rose into the air within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Injured, Hayamo was actually injured. Everyone exclaimed. The hearts of those elders also rose to their throats. After Black Demon landed on the ground, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Damn it! I refuse to accept this. His strongest attack was actually countered by someone. However, he refused to accept it. He still wanted to soar into the sky, but Huangfu Batian snorted coldly in the sky. He waved his hand, and a saber light slashed down. It grew bigger and bigger like a mountain, completely suppressing the black demon. Under the saber light, Hayamo's body trembled. You've lost. In the sky, Hayamo's voice was cold. He did not attack again and withdrew his saber. He stepped into the air and walked into the distance. Damn it! Damn it! Hayamo was so angry that he went crazy. The clouds within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were all shattered by him. However, he still could not change the outcome. Everyone in the surroundings was also shocked and silent. They were completely stunned. This battle was really too terrifying. Hayamo had used all his means, but there was nothing he could do. Huangfu Batian's saber was too amazing. Was that Huangfu Batian's ultimate move? Not necessarily. Why do I feel like it's a casual attack from Huangfu Batian? Don't scare me. Has Huangfu Batian become so terrifying? At this moment, Countless geniuses trembled with excitement as they looked at Huangfu Beitian with admiration. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Huangfu Beitian is so strong. He's ridiculously strong. He could not see through his opponent's strength. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. The others, such as Yi Fei, Xueling, and Wang Ji, were also shocked. They swallowed their saliva. Fortunately, they did not challenge Huangfu Beitian previously. Otherwise, they did not dare to imagine. They did not expect the gap to be so big. He Mo's admiration was not undeserved. Huangfu Beitian was really too strong, ridiculously strong. Those elders also sighed one after another. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Indeed, He Mo was defeated, but that did not mean that he was weak. On the contrary, He Mo was very strong. However, Huangfu Beitian was unbelievably strong. It could be said that He Mo could be proud that he could make Huangfu Beitian use a saber. Although many elders around praised, He Mo's face was gloomy. He came to the side. The demonic qi on his body was still emitting a terrifying light, causing no one to dare to approach. Angry, he was too angry. He was still second, and he had lost to Huangfu Beitian. He did not even know how much power Huangfu Beitian had used. Second, in everyone's eyes, was an incomparably dazzling existence. However, He Mo was furious. One had to know that he had mastered the apocalyptic black dragon wave and was full of confidence. He thought that he could use this great ability to defeat Huangfu Beitian. However, he had lost this battle completely. Damn it, next time. I won't lose the next time the Four Peaks compete. He Mo gritted his teeth. He swore that this was his last defeat. From now on, he would not be defeated again. Following He Mo's defeat against Huangfu Beitian, the first round of the challenges came to an end. Everyone had 6 hours to rest. After 6 hours, the second round of the competition began. Therefore, those injured and monstrous geniuses who had finished participating in the competition began to crazily swallow pills to recover and improve themselves so that they could face the next round. 6 hours passed very quickly. The monstrous geniuses had many fortuitous encounters and were rich, so they did not hesitate to use their treasures at this moment. Finally, many people recovered. Some people even reached the peak. Everyone's eyes were shining, and they were even more excited. That was because this was their last chance. If they failed, no one knew how many years they would have to wait. Although they were all young geniuses and had a lot of time, in the Battle of Emperor Road, if they fell one step behind, they might fall behind for life. No one would give up this last chance. This round of the competition would be even more intense. Sure enough, everyone used all their trump cards without holding anything back. Among them, Situ Haotian made it to the 15th place and succeeded. Zhong Lingxiu was even more shocking. She made it to the 10th place. Chapter 3050. A green lotus appeared beside Zhong Lingxiu. It swayed gently, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. As a result, Huangfu Beitian opened his eyes in surprise. Yi Fei, Xueling, and the rest were even more surprised. For a moment, countless gazes and discussions surrounded the surroundings. Those elders were also shocked. What was that green lotus? Could it be something? It was impossible. When did such a terrifying person come out of the Tao, Holy Land? These elders also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. This jump in ranking was too strong. She had already entered the top 10. Even Lin Xian didn't enter. Who would have thought that Zhong Lingxiu would actually enter? The first elder was also very surprised. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. Zhong Lingxiu, Tao, Holy Land. His body was slightly excited. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that apart from him, there was actually such a powerful dark horse on the human side. The other party wasn't the successor of a great emperor like Yan Nantian, nor was she the descendant of an emperor clan like Yi Wu Dao, but a genius from the Tao Holy Land. Previously, she didn't reveal her strength. Before entering the House of Prodigy, He hadn't even heard of her name. But now the other party soared into the sky and entered the top 10 of Full Moon Peak. One had to know that if placed outside, it was enough to sweep away the vast majority of the human race's geniuses. Even those 10,000 ancient races were no match for her. Previously, geniuses like Homusian and Fire Dragon King might not even be able to enter the rankings in the House of Prodigy. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the demon-level geniuses inside were. However, among so many monstrous geniuses, Zhong Lingxiu was actually able to enter the top 10. This sister is so powerful. The 1-pound Xinjingqiu was also surprised. Qinggu, who was far away, also exclaimed softly. She didn't expect another dark horse to appear. The dark, red, divine dragon stared at Zhong Lingxiu nonstop. Oh my, it's amazing. He seemed to have made a major discovery. What did he discover? Lin Xian asked. The dark, red, divine dragon said, Do you know that the Dao Yi Holy Land has a legendary, terrifying physique? Dao physique? Dao physique? Just by hearing this name, one knew that it was terrifying. Those that were related to Dao were definitely not simple. What kind of physique was this? Lin Xian asked. The dark, red, divine dragon said, A super terrifying physique. It is not weaker than your 9-yang divine body, nor is it weaker than the saint body. It was one of the most powerful and terrifying physiques in the world. In fact, it was even more terrifying. However, he rarely appeared, because as soon as they appeared, they would sweep through the 8 wastelands. Very few people were their match. Among the great emperors, there were some who had such a constitution. Upon hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Xinjingqiu was shocked. Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. Was there such a constitution among the great emperors? Too strong. Of course, I'm just guessing. I'm not completely sure. This was because once the Taoist body was formed, even if one had not reached the saint realm, they could still use the laws of heaven and earth. If she really had the Tao flesh, even the first-ranked Huangfu Beitian would not stand a chance against her, let alone being ranked 10th. Even the 10,000 demon body might not be able to defeat her. What? This time, Lin Xian was truly shocked. Even if one wasn't a saint, they would still be able to use the laws. This was definitely an incredible matter. One had to know that only saints possessed laws and Tao patterns. But now there was actually someone below the saint stage who could use it. They could indeed control the power of heaven and earth now, but this power was not laws. The difference between the two was too great. There was even a difference in essence. A person who used laws could easily annihilate them. If this Zhong Lingxiu really had the Tao flesh, then she would definitely be one of the most powerful enemies on the path to becoming a great emperor. However, Lin Xian was also suspicious. Zhong Lingxiu was powerful, but she was not powerful to the point of defying the heavens. Therefore, he was very suspicious whether the other party had the Tao flesh or not. However, now was not the time for him to think too much, because he was about to enter the arena. Lin Xian stood up and walked towards the arena ahead. As he stood up, everyone stopped discussing and looked at him. The next moment, exclamations erupted again. Lin Xian was about to make his move. Yes, Lin Xian was one of the big dark horses. The power that he displayed previously was not weaker than Zhong Lingxiu at all. Who knew what rank he would be able to reach this time? He had already defeated Yu Song and was absolutely qualified to reach the top 10. Wonder if he would make a move against Zhong Lingxiu? Really hope to see the appearance of the 2 big dark horses exchanging blows. Screams sounded out one after another. Those elders were also looking forward to it, because previously they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. But the strength that Lin Xian displayed let these people know that this was absolutely a terrifying heaven's chosen. This time, what kind of performance the other party would have, they were also very much looking forward to it. This guy should have the strength to charge into the top 10. Indeed, if it was not the 10th place, it would be the 9th place. All in all, he could enter. Wonder if he would exchange blows with Zhong Lingxiu? Hard to say. If these two people were to fight, it was really not certain who would win and who would lose. These elders were discussing in the distance. First elder's gaze became fiery. Could he finally see the other party's true strength clearly? This was the final round. He knew that Lin Xian absolutely had to display powerful strength. After all, Lin Xian's ambition was not small. He wanted to comprehend the full moon wordless steel. Then let me see just how much your true strength is. First elder was looking forward to it in his heart. Countless gazes all looked over. Yu Song, Yuan Kuei, Lu Yanin, Wang Ji, Yi Fei, Xueling. Everyone's gaze all looked at Lin Xian. Even Zhong Lingxiu also looked over with a trace of strange energy in her eyes. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these experts and did not stop. It did not even linger on Zhong Lingxiu. This made everyone curious. Who was the other party going to attack? Not Zhong Lingxiu. Then it should be the 9th place. This kid's strength was too strong. It should be the standard between the 10th and 9th place. Any higher would be impossible. Yes, the top 5 was basically hopeless. The top 5 were too strong. They were not on the same level at all. These people were fiercely discussing. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Even their bodies trembled, and they almost wet themselves. Lin Xian stood up and said again, "I want to challenge the Onyx Demon." As soon as these words came out, many people directly vomited blood. The corners of those elders' mouths also twitched. There was no end to this. The Onyx Demon was also angry. He suddenly stood up. "Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He was really too angry. This kid had said more than once that he wanted to challenge him. He did not expect that this time. He actually dared to challenge him again. Previously, the other party might not know his strength. Now that he displayed supreme strength that could instantly kill Wang Ji and the other party actually dared to challenge him? Where did the confidence in the square come from? The others were also dumbfounded. What the fuck? What did this kid say? He still wants to challenge the Onyx Demon. Does he know what he's saying? Didn't he watch the previous matches? The Onyx Demon is so strong. Other than Huangfu Beitian, no one is a match for the Onyx Demon. This kid thinks he can. Just because he defeated Yu Song, he's qualified to challenge the Onyx Demon? Not to mention the Onyx Demon, he can't even defeat Wang Ji. Chapter 3051. Lin Xian was not angry. He said calmly, "What? You lost to Huangfu Beitian once. Are you afraid of losing to me a second time? If that's the case, admit defeat and I can spare you this time. Kid, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The black demon walked up with a murderous aura. He was extremely furious, as he was already feeling extremely displeased when he lost to Huangfu Beitian. There was a murderous intent in his heart that he had yet to vent. Now that Lin Xian had provoked him, he decided to vent his anger on Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a fate worse than death. What? The black demon is going to fight? Everyone was shocked. The 2 referee elders were also extremely shocked. They looked at the first elder and asked for his opinion. The first elder shook his head slightly. "Don't worry about it. Let the competition proceed naturally." Hearing that, the 2 elders sighed. Since the first elder had said so, they could not stop him. They merged into the void, but they had already decided to save Lin Xian's life at the critical moment. They definitely could not let this kid be crippled. The judges didn't stop him. The black demon is really going to fight. This is going to be interesting. How many moves can this kid block? How many moves can he block? He can't even block 1 move. The black demon could probably kill him with a single glance. No one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. The judges also wanted to save Lin Xian's life at the critical moment. Yi Fei, Xueling, Wang Qi, and the others had solemn expressions. They did not know where Lin Xian's courage came from. The black demon walked up with a terrifying aura. "Kid, I'll let you know the price of provoking me. I'll torture you to death." After he came up, he did not move at all. Black light burst out from his eyes and pierced through the space in front of him. Suddenly, it turned into two black holes that destroyed everything. It seemed that Lin Xian was about to be swallowed up. The black demon was going to kill him with his gaze. "Haha, this kid is going to be unlucky." Many people below sneered. Being killed by a gaze was definitely the most humiliating defeat. It seems that this kid is going to be humiliated today. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. The next moment, his left hand clenched into a fist. He punched out. Boom! A terrifying light flashed. An entire void trembled before it was completely shattered. The two black holes in the sky also ceased to exist. Not only that, a terrifying fist smashed towards Black Demon, causing Black Demon to be stunned. Black Demon was taken aback. He quickly retreated, but he had been too careless. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. In his opinion, he could kill Lin Xian with a single glance. But who would have thought that the other party's punch would be so terrifying? He couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. His left hand turned into a black firmament and slammed forward. It was as if countless mountains were crashing down, producing rumbling sounds. However, under Lin Xian's punch, the black sky shattered and thousands of mountains collapsed. The black demon was pushed back. He retreated quite a distance before stopping. His armor was in tatters. Everyone was stunned. Even the judges and elders were dumbfounded. They widened their eyes and even rubbed their eyes with their hands. They realized that it was true. Lin Xian actually pushed Black Demon back with a single punch. Moreover, Black Demon was injured. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Black Demon was the second strongest existence in Wang Yuefeng. He was second only to Huang Fu Beitian. Other than losing to Huang Fu Beitian, he had never been defeated. Even an expert like Wang Qi was killed in a single move. But now he was actually pushed back by Lin Xian with a single punch. That was too unbelievable. That was too terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian was just a newcomer. A newcomer pushed Black Demon back with a single punch. What kind of concept was that? That was even more terrifying than Zhong Lingxiu. This was simply a freak, a monster. The Unicorn King and the Blue Wing King screamed. Damn it, that was impossible. How could he push Lord Black Demon back? Yuan Kuei's body trembled. He was actually so strong. Lu Yinen's eyes widened. He did it. He really did it. Wang Qi, Yi Fei, and Xueling were all stunned. At that moment, the entire competition arena was eerily silent. Countless geniuses and elders were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. The first elder took a deep breath. A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He did it. That kid really did it. He knew that Lin Xian was not that simple. However, he was also shocked because he did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. How was that possible? I was pushed back. In the arena, Black Demon's body trembled. His eyes were bloodshot. He did not dare to believe it at all. However, the broken armor on his body and the injuries in his body told him that he was really pushed back. Moreover, he was injured. How could his opponent have such terrifying strength? Damn it, that kid had been hiding his strength. Ah, I'm going to kill you, Black Demon roared. Regardless of whether his opponent was hiding his strength or not, he was going crazy. He had never been pushed back by anyone other than Huang Fu Beitian. He could not accept that. Kid, I'll kill you. Black Demon charged over again. An incomparable light burst out from his body like a black sun that was burning fiercely, illuminating the entire sky. Boundless demonic qi surged, like waves that hung upside down in the sky. At that moment, the aura that Black Demon displayed was too shocking. It was extremely dangerous. Even the elders' faces were filled with fear. It's over. Black Demon is angry. Black Demon was really angry. He did not have such an aura when he fought Wang Qi and Xue Ling previously. That's right. He only displayed such a terrifying aura when he fought Huangfu Beitian. The Black Devil was actually going to use his true strength to fight. Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian was not weak either. He was able to push Black Demon back with one punch. His strength was definitely in the top 5. That kid's sneak attack was nothing. Everyone was discussing and quarreling intensely. The scene was very chaotic. Of course, they were retreating as they discussed. That was because the aura that Black Demon displayed was too terrifying. They did not dare to get close at all. In the arena, Lin Xian felt the powerful aura of his opponent, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Is he finally going to use his true strength? That's good. I can fight with my full strength. The sword light in his eyes was piercingly cold, and his voice was sonorous. What? Fight with his full strength? Everyone gasped. How dare he say that in the face of such a terrifying Black Demon? Could it be that this kid did not use his full strength before? That's really shocking. Fight with his full strength? You have no chance. Kid, I don't care what trump cards you have or what talent you have. You won't be able to escape death today. With a flip of his palm, Black Demon took out his black divine halberd. With a clang, the entire world seemed to be frozen. Boundless black aura rolled and turned into hell. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky. Boom! The attack fell, and the entire sky was filled with it. It was like a huge dragon descending. The boundless divine power surged endlessly, causing the spectators' hair to stand on end. At this moment, Yi Fei and the others trembled. Huangfu Beitian opened his eyes. Chapter 3052. Lin Xian's body glowed as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and waved it. Terrifying sword qi shot out in all directions. Boom! The sword qi collided with the black demonic aura, producing an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying demonic aura was completely destroyed. It was destroyed! The surrounding geniuses were shocked. The elders swallowed their saliva frantically. Die for me! Black Demon's face turned ugly when he saw this. The black halberd in his hand slashed down again. The world was collapsing rapidly as the boundless demonic aura transformed into a terrifying divine ability. It wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian let out a long roar as a sharp sword light burst out from his eyes. The nine-yang sword technique slashed all the demonic aura. He was like a god of war as he charged over quickly. It was destroyed. It was all destroyed. The surrounding geniuses went crazy. Even Black Demon's face changed. Damn it. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could you destroy it so easily? Who are you? Who are you? Black Demon screamed crazily at this moment. It was too unbelievable. With his great ability, he could easily defeat people like Yi Fei and Xue Ling. But now his divine ability was easily destroyed by the other party. Was the other party a newcomer? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Who was this person? Lin Xian actually blocked Black Demon's attack. Oh heavens, he was too terrifying. Not only that, he wasn't injured at all. This kid's strength was definitely not weaker than Black Demon's. What kind of divine being was this? Ha 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 ha, kid, well done. The dark red divine dragon laughed in the crowd. Xin Jingqiu also clapped and cheered. In the distance, the corners of Qing Wu's mouth twitched. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. This kid was the successor of the great dragon sword. Furthermore, he was the successor of the nine-yang divine body. How could he be weak? He set off the 9 heavy waves as soon as he arrived. How could he be weak? Rumor had it that he condensed the power of the moon spirit in 2 hours. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. At this moment, all kinds of legends about Lin Xian were dug up again. Everyone was originally mocking and disdainful, but now they were terrified and trembling. That was because Lin Xian was too strong. How could such a person's legends be false? The surrounding geniuses were dumbfounded. Even Yi Fei, Xueling, and the rest were no exception. Not only them, but the elders were also dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open. The great elder clenched his fists, his expression agitated. Only one person was incomparably furious, and that was the black demon. He roared crazily, and the sky split open. He was mad. He had never imagined that apart from Huangfu Beitian, there was actually someone who could contend against him. Lin Xian was Lin Xian's strength. On the other side, Lin Xian was unusually powerful. Golden blood qi surged into the sky, and the sword qi in his hand shone brightly. Lin Xian's Lin was in Lin Xian's was Lin. Lin Xian was very excited because his opponent was an elite that was worthy of him taking seriously. Boom! Lin Xian's sword qi streaked across the sky. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was strange and terrifying. Lin Xian's sword qi tore through the void. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's bodies froze. They felt like they were about to be destroyed. What sword technique is that? It doesn't seem to be the 9-yang sword technique. No, what sword technique is that? Even the elders were shocked. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. That brat's sword technique and sword qi have become stronger, especially his sword qi. It's much stronger than before. Where has that brat been for the past few days? Lin Xian had devoured many sword spirit beasts in the wasteland. That was why his sword qi had increased. Moreover, this sword technique was restored from the 13 sword scars. He called it the Green Lotus sword technique. He used the first sword technique of the Green Lotus sword technique and slashed forward, heaven-shattering 8 styles. On the other side, the black demon roared. His black halberd stirred the void like a mountain. The two collided. Terrifying sword qi flashed, and boundless demonic qi shook. The entire world was shattered. However, after the first sword, the second sword followed. Lin Xian's sword technique broke through the void and hit the black halberd. The black demon's arm went numb, and he kept retreating. Damn it! He's so strong. The black demon was shocked. It was the first time he experienced the power of the 9-yang divine body. This power caused his expression to change. He snorted coldly. He was unwilling to fight. He used his ultimate movement technique and walked quickly like a stream of light. He instantly charged forward. Buzz! Above his head, boundless demonic qi surged and turned into a black moon. It kept spinning. The black moon was like a millstone that could destroy the world, fixed in the void. A terrifying and mysterious aura spread out, pressing down on the prodigy below. This is the power of the moon spirit. It has been trained to such a terrifying level by the black demon. Brat, let's see how you'll die. The black demon shouted coldly. At this moment, he displayed his powerful combat strength. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The power of the moon spirit? A golden light appeared in his eyes. However, he did not immediately use the power of the moon spirit. Instead, he used the 3rd and 4th sword of the Green Lotus sword technique. 2 piercingly cold sword techniques streaked across the sky, appearing mysterious and unfathomable, causing the entire sky to tremble. It's useless. You can't beat the power of my moon spirit, the black demon shouted. The black moon quickly pressed down. The 3rd and 4th sword qi kept shaking and rolling. Then they cracked. Seeing this, the black demon laughed. I've said it before. From now on, I won't be defeated again. Indeed, he had sworn before that he would not be defeated again. Lin Xian snorted coldly after hearing this. Won't be defeated again? You're too naive. There are so many experts in the world. How dare you say that you won't be defeated again? What a joke! As he spoke, the fifth and sixth sword flew out. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that Lin Xian's sword techniques could already form a lotus flower if they were to be combined. However, it was not a blooming lotus flower. Even so, it was still very terrifying. As expected, under the power of the fifth and sixth sword, the black moon kept rolling. The boundless demonic energy shattered the void. The black demon's expression changed. He roared angrily and activated the moon's spirit again. The black moon fell crazily. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Whoosh! 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 He used the first 6 sword techniques again. They formed a green lotus in the sky. With a clang, the green lotus blocked the black moon. Not only that, when the 7th sword chi was released, the green lotus bloomed and the black moon collapsed. The surrounding people all screamed. What kind of sword technique is this? It actually shattered the black moon. Heavens, how did he do it? The great elder's eyes flashed. This kid's strength has increased. As a sage, he could naturally see the changes in Lin Xian's strength. Chapter 3053. Thinking about it, it made sense. The ruins were split open by a peerless powerhouse, so there must be shocking sword intent and sword Dao secrets left on it. Lin Xian was also a swordsman, so he must have had a fortuitous encounter on it. Thinking of this, the first elder became even more excited. I wonder if this kid can defeat Heimo. Black Dragon Sky Diagram. Heimo roared again, his hair dancing wildly like a peerless demon king. The black halberd in his hand rose into the air and merged into the void. Not only that, Heimo opened his mouth and spat out a broken scroll. It merged with the black halberd and turned into a sky. A terrifying aura filled the air and endless runes fell. It was too terrifying. What kind of ability was this? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Heimo to have such a terrifying ability other than the apocalyptic Black Dragon Wave. This ability was not used in the battle with Huangfu Beitian previously. It seemed that Heimo was indeed terrifying and had many trump cards. Seeing this, the first elder also shouted coldly and activated the defensive formation. Boom, boom, boom. Defensive formations appeared in the surroundings again. Obviously, the combat level had surpassed before and reached the level of Heimo and Huangfu Beitian. Huangfu Tian's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared at the 2 figures in the sky. There was also a trace of surprise in his eyes, because he did not expect Lin Xian to be able to display such strength. To be honest, he had never paid attention to Lin Xian before. Even Zhongling Xiu, he did not take a second look, because, in his opinion, although these 2 dark horses were powerful, they could only make it to the top 10. If they could not even make it to the top 5, let alone fight him. In the entire Full Moon Peak, he had no opponent at all. If there was an opponent, it would be the first place of the other 3 peaks. That was his true opponent. But now, the strength Lin Xian displayed surprised him. He could actually force Heimo to such a state. He could even activate the defensive formation of the Full Moon Peak. This surprised him greatly. Therefore, he could not help but start to pay attention to Lin Xian. Black Dragon Sky Diagram. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Endless runes fell from the sky and were split apart by his green lotus sword technique. At the same time, he waved his hand and a black war chariot appeared in front of him. This black war chariot was very simple and unadorned. The black lines on its surface were incomparably dark, as if they were made up of demonic runes. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. What was that? A war chariot? Was it a magic treasure? He didn't know. Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian struck out a spell, and instantly a fiery dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out and coiled around the black chariot, forming a fiery dragon chariot. Wang! the fiery dragon chariot was activated. Countless runes flickered as it fought against the black dragon diagram in the sky. Then it defied the heavens and clashed with the black dragon diagram. When the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The entire sky was blasted apart. Boundless energy surged, causing the surroundings to tremble. Fortunately, First Elder had activated the defensive array formation in advance. Otherwise, Full Moon Peak would have been smashed into pieces. It's useless, you can't block the black dragon, transforming, heavenly diagram. This was a saint's rune. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to block it. Black Demon was extremely confident, but soon, his face darkened and even became ferocious. That was because he realized that the other party had blocked it. Not only that, but the other party had even almost shattered his black dragon diagram. How was that possible? What was that black war chariot? Could it be that it also had a saint's rune? He was too shocked that the other party had such a thing in his hands. In his opinion, that was just an ordinary half-step sacred artifact. It could not be compared to his black dragon diagram at all. But now, it was out of his expectations. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He naturally saw Black Demon's expression clearly. Immediately he sneered. "Why? Are you very surprised? To be honest, I really didn't take you seriously." Hearing that, Black Demon was so angry that he vomited blood. Didn't take him seriously? What a joke. Even Huangfu Beitian might not dare to say such a thing. But the other party dared to be so arrogant. "Kid, I'll let you see my strongest attack." Speaking of that, the black halberd flew down from the black dragon diagram again and was caught by Black Demon. In the next moment, Black Demon's right arm suddenly expanded. Countless black runes emitted a terrifying aura. Apocalyptic black dragon wave. Black Demon was going to unleash his strongest attack. At this moment, countless experts looked up at the sky because they knew that the outcome would be decided soon. Lin Xian frowned. World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. It was indeed very strong. He had seen it before. Its power surpassed the majority of divine abilities and could pose a threat to him. However, he had a way to break the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. He had seen it once before. Although the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave was powerful, it also had flaws. Buzz. Golden runes flickered in his eyes. A golden moon floated up and down as if it wanted to pierce through everything. "Useless, kid. Don't even think about breaking my World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave." The aura on Black Demon's body became more and more terrifying. The black halberd in his hand turned into a black dragon. The dragon opened its head and a terrifying energy rushed out. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying energy completely enveloped a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, forming a huge black hole in the sky. Lin Xian felt a powerful force coming towards him. Buzz. He activated the Nine-Yang Divine Body, and a powerful force bloomed. The energy of the World Annihilation Black Dragon wave hit the Nine-Yang Divine Body and made an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian faced the attack like a fiend god. Clang, 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 clang. He was under great pressure. There were even many places that became dim. However, the Nine-Yang Divine Body was very powerful. It forcibly resisted the pressure, allowing Lin Xian's speed to reach the extreme. The long sword in Lin Xian's hand continued to bloom. The green Lotus 13 swords were displayed by him, forming huge green lotuses that bloomed in the sky. They destroyed the terrifying World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. Lin Xian arrived in front of Black Demon. How was this possible? Black Demon was stunned. In the distance, the elders were also stunned. Huangfu Baitian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine blade that pierced through the void. They were too shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He could even face the World Annihilation Black Dragon Wave. The others were stunned. They couldn't see. The sky was pitch black and could even devour souls. What had happened? Xueling, Yi Fei, and the others also shook their heads. They couldn't see clearly. Perhaps Huangfu Beitian could see clearly. They looked at Huangfu Beitian. They saw Huangfu Beitian stand up from his cultivation posture with his hands behind his back. His gaze was like a rainbow that could pierce through the front. It was even more so for the two judging elders. The first elder's gaze was like a divine lamp. There was a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the outcome was about to be decided.